Have you ever woken up at 3 a.m., your eyes suddenly open in the darkness? The world is completely silent. Everyone around you is asleep, but something inside you is awake, alert, aware, almost as if an invisible force has called you from the depths of sleep. You lie there in bed, wondering why this keeps happening. Is it anxiety? Is it stress? Is it some medical condition? Or is it something far more profound, something that the modern world has completely forgotten? You are not alone in this experience. Millions of people around the world wake up at this exact hour, night after night, and most of them have no idea what is really happening to them. This mysterious hour, 3 a.m., has been called many names throughout history. In folklore, it is known as the hour of the wolf, the time when most people die in their sleep, when the boundary between life and death becomes thinnest. In medieval Europe, it was called the witching hour, when dark forces were believed to be at their strongest. In paranormal circles, it is referred to as the devil's hour, the inverse of 3 p.m. when Christ was said to have died, a time when negative energies peak. But in the ancient Buddhist and Vedic traditions, this hour has an entirely different meaning. It is called Brahma Muhurta, the time of the Creator, the most sacred and powerful hour for spiritual awakening, meditation, and connection with the divine consciousness. And here is the secret that will change everything you thought you knew about sleep, about consciousness, about reality itself. Buddha himself woke up at 3 a.m. every single day of his life after his enlightenment. This was not by accident. This was not insomnia or sleep disturbance. This was absolutely intentional. This was deliberate. This was, in fact, one of the foundational practices that led to his ultimate enlightenment under the Bodhi tree, when Buddha achieved enlightenment at the age of 35. One of the first things he did was establish a routine that included waking at this precise hour, and he maintained this practice for the remaining 45 years of his life, teaching his monks and disciples to do the same. For the next 3 hours, you will discover the hidden truth behind the 3 a.m. rule. You will learn why the most successful people in history, the most enlightened masters, the greatest spiritual teachers, and even modern high achievers have mastered this sacred hour. You will understand exactly what happens to your brain, your body, your energy field, and your consciousness when you wake at 3 a.m. You will learn about the scientific research that confirms what ancient mystics knew thousands of years ago. And most importantly, you will learn the practical techniques to harness this power for your own transformation, your own awakening, your own journey toward peace, purpose, and enlightenment. This is not just information that you will forget tomorrow. This is not entertainment to pass the time. This is initiation into an ancient practice that has transformed countless lives across millennia. This is the beginning of your own spiritual revolution, should you choose to accept it. Everything you thought you knew about sleep, productivity, spirituality, and human potential is about to be challenged. The ancient wisdom keepers knew something that modern society has completely lost. They understood that time is not linear, that certain hours carry different energetic frequencies, and that 3 a.m. is perhaps the most powerful hour in the entire 24-hour cycle for those who seek truth, peace, and enlightenment. Let us begin this journey together. Let us explore why Buddha, the awakened one, chose this hour above all others. Let us discover what secrets lie hidden in the darkness of 3 a.m. and how you can use this knowledge to transform every aspect of your life. Whether you are someone who naturally wakes at this hour and wants to understand why, or someone who has never experienced it but is curious about this practice, or someone who is desperately seeking a deeper connection with your spiritual self, this journey is for you. Open your mind, open your heart, and prepare to see reality in a completely different way. The mystery of 3 a.m. begins with understanding what Buddha himself discovered about the nature of consciousness and time. When Siddhartha Gautama sat beneath the Bodhi tree, determined not to rise until he had achieved complete enlightenment, he spent days and nights in deep meditation. Historical texts tell us that his enlightenment occurred in the early hours of the morning, specifically during what we now call the Brahma Muhurta period, between 3 a.m. and 6 a.m. But more specifically, it was in that window between 3 a.m. and 14:30 a.m. when the deepest breakthrough occurred. This was not coincidental. Buddha had been experimenting with various meditation techniques, various times of day, various practices for 6 years before this moment. He had tried extreme asceticism. He had tried fasting to the point of near death. He had tried every method known to the spiritual seekers of his time. But it was only when he aligned his practice with the natural rhythms of cosmic consciousness, specifically the 3 a.m. hour, that the final breakthrough occurred. What Buddha discovered in those early morning hours was something that goes far beyond simple meditation technique. He discovered that consciousness itself operates on cyclical patterns, that there are windows in time when the veil between the material world and the spiritual realm becomes thin, when the chattering mind naturally quiets down, when the ego's grip loosens without effort, and when access to higher states of awareness becomes almost effortless. He discovered that 3 a.m. is the supreme hour for this access. During his 45 years of teaching after enlightenment, Buddha would consistently wake his monks at this hour. The monastic tradition he established, which continues to this day in Buddhist monasteries around the world, centers around the practice of waking at 3 a.m. for meditation, chanting, and contemplation. This was not mere tradition or ritual. This was based on direct experiential knowledge of how consciousness works. But what exactly happens at 3 a.m. that makes it so special? To understand this, we need to explore multiple dimensions: the physiological, the psychological, the energetic, and the cosmic. Let us start with the physical body. Modern sleep science has discovered that human sleep occurs in cycles, each cycle lasting approximately 90 minutes. In a typical night of 7 to 8 hours of sleep, you go through 4 to 5 complete sleep cycles. Each cycle consists of different stages: light sleep, deep sleep, and REM sleep, which is the dreaming stage. Here is what is fascinating. If you go to bed around 10 p.m. or 11 p.m., by 3 a.m. you have completed approximately 3 to 4 sleep cycles. This means your body has already received most of the restorative benefits of sleep. The deep sleep stages, which are crucial for physical recovery, happen primarily in the first half of the night. By 3 a.m., your sleep becomes lighter, with more REM sleep and less deep sleep. Your body is naturally preparing to wake up. But there is something even more interesting happening at the hormonal level. Around 3 a.m., your body's cortisol levels begin to rise. Cortisol is often called the stress hormone, but it is actually your body's natural wake-up mechanism. In a healthy circadian rhythm, cortisol starts increasing in the early morning hours, reaching its peak around 8 a.m. to 9 a.m., which helps you feel alert and energized for the day. The rise begins around 2 a.m. to 3 a.m. This is your body's natural alarm clock. In our modern world, we fight against this natural rhythm. We use blackout curtains. We take sleep aids. We force ourselves to sleep through this natural wake-up signal. But Buddha and the ancient practitioners understood that this cortisol rise is not a problem to be solved. It is an opportunity to be seized. When you wake at 3 a.m., your cortisol is beginning to rise, but it has not yet peaked. This creates a unique state of alert calmness. You are awake enough to be fully conscious, but not so stimulated that your mind races with thoughts and worries. Your melatonin levels, which make you sleepy, are still moderately elevated, creating a natural state of relaxation. This combination of rising cortisol and residual melatonin creates the perfect neurochemical environment for meditation and spiritual practice. Your mind is alert but calm, awake but peaceful, conscious but not cluttered. This is extremely difficult to achieve at any other time of day. In the afternoon, you are too alert, too stimulated, too caught up in the activities and thoughts of the day. In the late evening, you are too tired, too drowsy, too ready for sleep. But at 3 a.m., nature has created the perfect window. Now let us explore what happens in your brain at this hour. Neuroscience research using EEG technology has shown that brain wave patterns change throughout the day and night. During normal waking consciousness, your brain operates primarily in beta waves, which are fast, active, associated with thinking, analyzing, and everyday mental activity. During meditation, your brain shifts into alpha waves, which are slower, more relaxed, associated with calm awareness. In even deeper meditation, you can access theta waves, which are associated with deep relaxation, creativity, and access to subconscious material. And in the deepest meditation states, you can even touch delta waves, which normally only occur during deep sleep, but when accessed consciously, are associated with profound spiritual experiences and healing. Here is what happens at 3 a.m. Because you are emerging from sleep, your brain is naturally in a slower wave state. You have just spent hours in delta and theta. As you wake, you do not immediately jump into beta like you do when an alarm clock jolts you awake at 7 a.m. Instead, you gently rise through theta and alpha, and if you meditate at this hour, you can maintain these slower brain wave states much more easily than at any other time. Experienced meditators report that they can reach deep meditative states in 10 to 15 minutes at 3 a.m. that might take them 45 minutes to an hour to reach during the day. Buddha knew this. He knew that the brain's natural state at this hour makes spiritual practice exponentially more effective. But the benefits go even deeper than neuroscience can currently measure. In the yogic and Buddhist understanding of the human energy system, we have what are called nadis, energy channels that run throughout the body. The three most important nadis are the Ida, the Pingala, and the Sushumna. The Ida is associated with lunar energy, cooling, calming, introspective. The Pingala is associated with solar energy, heating, activating, extroverted. The Sushumna is the central channel, and when energy flows freely through it, you experience states of heightened consciousness and spiritual awakening. In most people, energy flows erratically between Ida and Pingala, creating mental and emotional turbulence. But at 3 a.m., according to ancient yogic texts, there is a natural balancing of these two channels, and the Sushumna becomes more active. This is why meditation at this hour can lead to spontaneous spiritual experiences, Kundalini activations, and breakthrough insights that simply do not occur at other times. There is also the cosmic dimension to consider. Ancient Vedic astrology and Buddhist cosmology teach that time itself is not uniform. Different hours of the day and night are ruled by different planetary influences, different energetic qualities. The period from 3 a.m. to 6 a.m. is considered to be ruled by Saturn and Jupiter, planets associated with discipline, wisdom, spiritual growth, and expansion of consciousness. The ancient texts describe this time as being infused with sattva guna, the quality of purity, harmony, and goodness, as opposed to rajas, activity and passion, or tamas, inertia and darkness. When you wake and practice at 3 a.m., you are aligning yourself with these cosmic energies, literally riding a wave of universal consciousness that is supportive of awakening. Buddha taught that everything in the universe operates according to natural law, according to Dharma. One of these natural laws is that consciousness expands and contracts in rhythmic patterns, just like breathing, just like the ocean's tides, just like the cycles of the moon. The 3 a.m. hour represents a peak in this cycle of consciousness, a high tide of awareness. If you learn to synchronize your practice with this natural rhythm, you work with the universe rather than against it. You stop struggling and start flowing. This is the essence of Buddha's middle way, not forcing, not being lazy, but finding the natural current and moving with it. Now let us address what you might be thinking. This sounds beautiful, but I can barely wake up at 7 a.m. for work. How can I possibly wake up at 3 a.m.? Will I not be exhausted all day? Will this not ruin my health? These are valid concerns, and Buddha himself addressed them. The practice of waking at 3 a.m. is not about sleep deprivation. It is not about forcing yourself to function on 4 hours of sleep. It is about restructuring your entire relationship with sleep and waking. In the modern world, we have been conditioned to believe that we must sleep in one continuous 8-hour block, that any interruption to this is harmful, that waking in the night is a disorder. But this is actually a relatively recent cultural construct. Historical research has shown that before the Industrial Revolution, before electric lighting, humans commonly slept in 2 phases, a first sleep and a second sleep, with a period of quiet wakefulness in between, usually occurring around, you guessed it, between 2 a.m. and 4 a.m. During this wakeful period, our ancestors would pray, meditate, contemplate, make love, or simply lie peacefully in the darkness. This was considered completely normal and natural. It was only with the advent of industrial capitalism and the need for a regimented workforce that the concept of uninterrupted 8-hour sleep became the norm. Modern sleep research is now rediscovering that this biphasic sleep pattern may actually be more natural for humans than the monophasic pattern we currently follow. Studies have shown that when people are removed from artificial lighting and allowed to sleep according to natural light cycles, many spontaneously develop this 2-phase sleep pattern with a period of wakefulness in the middle of the night. So the first key to practicing the 3 a.m. rule is to shift your sleeping schedule. If you want to wake at 3 a.m., you need to go to bed earlier, around 8 p.m. or 9 p.m. This gives you approximately 6 hours of sleep before waking. Then, after your spiritual practice, which might last anywhere from 30 minutes to 2 hours, you can choose to return to sleep for another 1 to 2 hours, or you can begin your day. Many practitioners find that after deep meditation at 3 a.m., they feel so energized and clear that they do not need more sleep. Others prefer to return to sleep, and they report that this second phase of sleep is incredibly deep and restorative, filled with vivid, meaningful dreams. Either approach works. The key is that you are working with your body's natural rhythm rather than against it. Buddha himself taught his monks to sleep from approximately 10 p.m. to 3 a.m., then meditate until dawn, then continue with their daily activities. He also instituted a practice of taking a brief rest in the afternoon during the hottest part of the day, which modern research now confirms is aligned with a natural dip in our circadian alertness rhythm. So the total sleep time remains adequate. It is just distributed differently. This is not sleep deprivation. This is sleep optimization. You are sleeping during the hours when sleep is most restorative and most aligned with natural darkness. And you are waking during the hours when consciousness is most receptive to spiritual practice. Let me share with you what happens when you actually begin this practice. The first few nights will feel strange. Your body is accustomed to sleeping through this hour, so when your alarm goes off at 3 a.m., every fiber of your being will want to hit snooze and go back to sleep. This is normal. This is expected. A Buddha taught that the mind is like a wild elephant. It resists discipline. It wants comfort and familiarity. But just like training an elephant, if you are gentle but consistent, the mind learns to cooperate. The first week is the hardest. You will feel groggy. You might feel tired during the day. Your mind will generate every excuse imaginable for why you should skip this practice. I will start tomorrow. I need my sleep for this important meeting. I am too tired. This is not working. The ego does not want to change. The ego does not want you to access higher consciousness, because when you do, the ego's dominance begins to dissolve. But if you persist through this initial resistance, something remarkable begins to happen. Usually around the 7 to 10 day mark, your body's circadian rhythm starts to adjust. You begin to naturally feel sleepy around 8 p.m. or 9 p.m. You begin to naturally wake around 3 a.m., often even before your alarm. And most significantly, when you wake at this hour, you feel different than you have ever felt upon waking. Instead of grogginess and resistance, there is alertness and clarity. Instead of wanting to go back to sleep, there is curiosity and readiness. Your consciousness has begun to recognize that this hour is special, that something important happens here. When you sit for meditation at 3 a.m., after 2 weeks of consistent practice, you will notice that your mind becomes still much faster than usual. The thoughts that usually bombard you during meditation seem to be sleeping. They are still there. but they are quiet, distant, easy to observe without getting caught up in them. You drop into a state of peaceful awareness within minutes. Time seems to dissolve. What feels like 10 minutes of meditation is actually 30 minutes or an hour. You lose track of your body. You lose track of your surroundings. You enter what Buddha called jhana, meditative absorption. States of consciousness where the boundary between self and universe begins to blur. After a month of practice, the changes extend beyond your meditation sessions. You notice that you are calmer throughout the day. Things that used to trigger anxiety or anger no longer have the same power over you. You have more energy, not less. Despite waking earlier, your creativity increases. Solutions to problems that have been troubling you suddenly become clear. You experience moments of insight, of knowing, that seem to come from somewhere beyond your conscious mind. Your intuition strengthens. You begin to trust yourself more. People around you notice the change. You seem more peaceful, more centered, more present. This is not imagination. This is the documented effect of consistent early morning spiritual practice. Research studies on meditation practitioners who wake early versus those who practice at other times of day have shown measurable differences. The early morning practitioners show greater increases in gray matter density in areas of the brain associated with emotional regulation, perspective taking, and self-awareness. They show greater reductions in amygdala activity, which means less reactivity to stress. They report higher levels of overall life satisfaction and sense of meaning. The practice literally rewires your brain, but it does so much more effectively when done at 3 a.m. than at any other time. This is not belief or faith. This is measurable, replicable science confirming what Buddha taught 500 years ago. Now let us go deeper into what Buddha actually did during this sacred hour. It was not just sitting silently. It was a structured practice with specific components. The first component was what he called mindfulness of breathing, anapanasati. He would sit in a comfortable but alert posture, back straight, body relaxed, and simply observe the breath, not controlling it, not manipulating it, just watching it. Breath coming in, breath going out. The natural rhythm of life moving through the body. This simple practice, done at 3 a.m., becomes profoundly powerful. The breath at this hour is naturally slower, deeper, more rhythmic than during the day. By observing it, you synchronize your consciousness with the deepest rhythms of your body, and beyond that, with the rhythms of nature itself. After establishing stability through breath awareness, Buddha would expand his awareness to body sensations. He would scan through the entire body, from the top of the head to the tips of the toes, observing any sensations that arose. Tingling, warmth, coolness, pressure, lightness, heaviness. not judging these sensations as good or bad, just observing them as they are. This practice, called Kayanupassana or contemplation of the body, serves multiple purposes. It grounds you in the present moment. It reveals the impermanent nature of all physical sensations. They arise and pass away constantly, and it begins to loosen your identification with the body. You start to realize, I am not this body, I am the awareness that observes this body. This realization is the beginning of liberation. The third component of Buddha's practice at 3 a.m. was contemplation of mental states. After observing breath and body, he would turn attention to the mind itself. What thoughts are arising? What emotions are present? What mental formations are active? Again, not judging, not trying to change anything, simply observing. Am I peaceful or agitated? Am I concentrated or scattered? Am I aware or lost in thought? This practice develops what Buddha called sampajana, clear comprehension, the ability to know your own mind in real time at 3 a.m. This practice becomes especially powerful because the content of the mind is often quite different than during the day. The concerns, worries, and plans that dominate waking consciousness are absent. Instead, you often encounter deeper material, unresolved emotions, subconscious patterns, core beliefs that usually remain hidden. By observing these with equanimity, without reaction, you begin to release their power over you. The fourth component was what Buddha called Dhammanupassana, contemplation of Dharma, of the nature of reality itself. This is where the practice moves from personal psychology into transpersonal spirituality. He would contemplate the fundamental truths he had realized. Everything that arises also passes away. This is the law of impermanence. Clinging to what arises causes suffering. This is the truth of dukkha. It is possible to end suffering by releasing clinging. This is the truth of liberation. The path to liberation is through ethical conduct, meditation, and wisdom. This is the Noble Eightfold Path. By contemplating these truths at 3 a.m., when consciousness is most receptive, they move from intellectual concepts to lived reality. You do not just think about impermanence, you directly perceive it. You do not just believe in liberation, you taste it. Buddha taught that these four foundations of mindfulness, breath, body, mind, and reality, are the direct path to awakening. When practiced consistently at 3 a.m., they become a vehicle for transformation that works with exponential power. Each session builds on the previous one. Neural pathways are established and strengthened. Energetic blockages are gradually cleared. Old patterns dissolve. New capacities emerge. This is not magic. This is systematic training of consciousness, done at the optimal time, with the power of cosmic rhythms supporting your effort. But Buddha also taught flexibility. He recognized that not everyone is the same, that different temperaments and life circumstances require different approaches. For those who found sitting meditation difficult at 3 a.m., he taught walking meditation. You could walk slowly, mindfully, in the darkness or dim light, observing each step, each movement, each sensation. The gentle physical activity helps if you feel drowsy, while the repetitive rhythm is itself meditative. For those with strong devotional inclinations, he taught that this hour could be used for chanting, for reciting sacred texts, for contemplating the qualities of the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. The key was not the specific technique, but the consistency and sincerity of practice at this sacred hour. One of the most fascinating aspects of the 3 a.m. practice is what happens with dreams. Many practitioners report that in the period of sleep before 3 a.m., their dreams become extraordinarily vivid, lucid, and meaningful. This is because you are going to bed with the intention to wake at a specific time, which creates a heightened awareness even during sleep. Your subconscious mind knows that you will be waking soon, so it begins to prepare, and this preparation often manifests as powerful dreams. Some practitioners have spontaneous lucid dreams where they become fully aware that they are dreaming and can navigate the dream consciously. These lucid dreams can be used for spiritual practice, for healing, for receiving guidance from the deeper self. Buddha himself spoke about using dreams as a means of insight, and the 3 a.m. practice naturally enhances this capacity. After waking and completing your practice, if you choose to return to sleep, this second phase of sleep also has unique qualities. Because you have just spent time in deep meditation, your consciousness is purified, settled, clear. When you re-enter sleep from this state, the sleep itself becomes almost meditative. You remain more aware even while sleeping, observing the transition from waking to sleeping, sometimes maintaining a thread of consciousness throughout. This is the beginning of what yogic tradition calls yoga nidra, yogic sleep, where you are simultaneously asleep and awake. Masters of this practice can remain fully conscious 24 hours a day, even during deep sleep. Their bodies rest, but awareness never ceases. This sounds impossible to the ordinary mind, but it is simply the result of training consciousness through practices like the 3 a.m. rule. Now let us address some of the deeper spiritual dimensions that Buddha experienced at 3 a.m. In Buddhist cosmology, this hour is associated with what is called the realm of the devas, celestial beings of higher consciousness. Whether you interpret this literally as actual beings or metaphorically as elevated states of awareness, the principle remains the same. At 3 a.m., the vibrational frequency of consciousness on Earth shifts. The collective human mind is mostly asleep, which means the usual noise, the thoughts, emotions, desires, and fears of billions of people is significantly quieted. This creates what you might call a clearing in the energetic field. When most of humanity is unconscious, those who are awake and aware at this hour have access to bandwidths of consciousness that are normally crowded or inaccessible. Think of it like trying to have a phone conversation during rush hour in a busy city versus having that same conversation at 3 a.m. when the streets are empty. The signal is clearer. There is less interference. Buddha discovered that at 3 a.m., the signal between individual consciousness and universal consciousness becomes crystal clear. Prayer becomes more effective, meditation goes deeper, insights arrive with greater clarity. This is not superstition, this is energetic reality. Every thought, every emotion, every mental activity creates a ripple in the field of consciousness. When billions of people are thinking, worrying, desiring, fearing simultaneously during the day, the field is turbulent. But at 3 a.m., the field becomes still, like a lake with no wind, and in that stillness, you can see all the way to the bottom. Buddha taught something called the Brahma Viharas, the 4 immeasurable qualities of consciousness: metta, which is loving kindness; karuna, which is compassion; mudita, which is sympathetic joy; and upekkha, which is equanimity. He taught that cultivating these qualities transforms not only your own mind, but radiates outward, affecting all beings. When you practice Brahmaviharas meditation at 3 a.m., the effect is magnified tremendously. Your loving kindness reaches further. Your compassion touches deeper wounds. Your joy uplifts more hearts. Your equanimity stabilizes more minds. This is because you are broadcasting on a clear channel. You are like a radio station transmitting at a time when all other stations are silent, so your signal travels unimpeded across vast distances. Many practitioners report that when they begin the 3 a.m. practice with sincere intention, they start receiving what can only be described as downloads of information. Suddenly, they understand things they have never studied. Solutions to complex problems appear fully formed. Creative works, poems, songs, inventions seem to flow through them from some source beyond their personal mind. Scientists have had breakthrough insights. Artists have created masterpieces. Entrepreneurs have envisioned businesses that changed the world. And they report that these insights came during or immediately after early morning spiritual practice. Einstein famously said that his theory of relativity came to him not through logical deduction, but through intuitive insight during a relaxed, meditative state. Many of history's greatest discoveries occurred at dawn, in that window between sleep and full waking. When consciousness is in that liminal space that 3 a.m. practice helps you access, Buddha taught about what he called the jhanas, 8 progressive stages of meditative absorption. In the first jhana, you experience physical pleasure and mental joy arising from seclusion from worldly concerns. In the second jhana, the joy becomes more refined, less dependent on external factors. In the third jhana, even the joy fades into a profound equanimity and happiness. In the fourth jhana, you transcend pleasure and pain entirely, resting in perfect peace and clarity. Beyond these four material jhanas are four immaterial jhanas, where you transcend even the perception of physical reality, moving into infinite space, infinite consciousness, infinite nothingness, and finally neither perception nor non-perception. Buddha taught that these states are accessible to anyone who trains systematically, and that practicing at 3 a.m. accelerates the process dramatically. The reason for this acceleration relates to what modern psychology calls the default mode network of the brain. This is a network of brain regions that becomes active when you are not focused on the outside world, when you are daydreaming, mind-wandering, or thinking about yourself. Research has shown that this network is associated with the sense of self, the ego, the story you tell about who you are. During meditation, this default mode network quiets down, and experienced meditators show significantly reduced activity in this network even when not meditating. This correlates with reduced self-centeredness, reduced anxiety, reduced depression. Now here is what is remarkable. At 3 a.m., the default mode network is naturally less active because you are emerging from sleep, where it has been offline for hours. This means that the ego structure, the sense of separate self that Buddha taught is the root of all suffering, is already weakened before you even begin to meditate. You are starting from a position of advantage. The barriers to deep meditation are already partially dissolved. This is why Buddha could sit under the Bodhi tree and achieve complete enlightenment in a single night. He had been preparing for years with ascetic practices and intensive meditation. But the final breakthrough came at this specific hour because the conditions were optimal. All the factors aligned: his prepared mind, the sacred hour, the natural quieting of the ego structure, the clear channel to universal consciousness. When you practice at 3 a.m. consistently, you are recreating these conditions night after night, gradually preparing your own consciousness for breakthrough moments. Perhaps not full enlightenment in one night like Buddha, but incremental awakenings, progressive realizations, steady transformation. There is also a profound relationship between the 3 a.m. practice and what Buddha called right livelihood, right speech, right action, the ethical components of the Eightfold Path. When you wake at 3 a.m. to meditate, you are making a statement to the universe and to yourself about your priorities. You are saying that spiritual development matters more than comfort, more than sleep, more than the countless distractions that fill modern life. This decision reverberates through everything else you do. If you can maintain discipline in the most difficult hour, when every instinct says to stay in bed, then you can maintain discipline in all other areas. If you can choose consciousness over unconsciousness at 3 a.m., you will make better choices throughout the day. You will be less likely to engage in harmful speech because you have touched something deeper in yourself. You will be less likely to act unethically because your connection to your own integrity has been strengthened. You will choose work that aligns with your values because you have clarified what those values actually are. Buddha taught that everything in the Dharma is interconnected, that you cannot separate meditation from ethics. That inner transformation naturally leads to outer transformation. The 3 a.m. practice exemplifies this principle. It is simultaneously a meditation technique, a lifestyle choice, a statement of values, and a method of rewiring your entire being. When practiced sincerely over months and years, it does not just change your morning routine, it changes who you are at the most fundamental level. Relationships improve because you are more present, more patient, more loving. Health improves because you are less stressed, more attuned to your body's needs, more balanced. Work improves because you are more creative, more focused, more inspired. Every dimension of life begins to align with a higher frequency, and it all starts with that decision to wake at 3 a.m. Let me share with you one of the most profound teachings Buddha gave about time and consciousness. He taught that there are 3 types of time: past, present, and future, and that suffering arises from mental involvement with past and future. When you dwell in memories, regrets, and past events, you create suffering. When you project into worries, plans, and future scenarios, you create suffering. The only moment free from suffering is this present moment, right now, as it is. But here is the challenge. The mind is addicted to time travel. It compulsively moves between past and future, rarely resting in the present. This is the fundamental human condition, and it is the source of almost all psychological and spiritual suffering. The 3 a.m. practice directly addresses this condition. At 3 a.m., the mind's habit of time travel is weakened. You have just emerged from sleep, where there is no past or future, only timeless awareness. The concerns of yesterday feel distant. The plans for tomorrow have not yet activated. There is a natural gap, a space of pure presence that is much easier to access than at any other time. When you meditate in this gap, you train your consciousness to rest in the present moment. You practice being here, now, without the compulsive movement into past or future. After months of training at 3 a.m., this capacity begins to stabilize. You find yourself able to remain present more consistently throughout the day. The mind still moves into past and future, but you notice it happening and you can gently bring it back. This is the development of what Buddha called sati, mindfulness, continuous present moment awareness. There is also a fascinating connection between the 3 a.m. practice and what modern science calls neuroplasticity, the brain's ability to reorganize itself by forming new neural connections throughout life. For decades, scientists believed that the adult brain was fixed, that you were stuck with the neural wiring you developed in childhood. But research over the past few decades has completely overturned this belief. The brain is constantly changing, rewiring itself based on your experiences, thoughts, and practices. Meditation has been shown to be one of the most powerful tools for positive neuroplastic change. It increases gray matter in areas associated with learning, memory, emotional regulation, and perspective taking. It decreases gray matter in the amygdala, the brain's fear center. It strengthens connections between the prefrontal cortex, which is associated with higher reasoning, and the limbic system, which is associated with emotions, giving you better emotional control. But here is what makes the 3M practice so powerful from a neuroplasticity perspective. The brain's capacity for change is not constant throughout the day. There are specific windows when the brain is more plastic, more receptive to rewiring. One of these windows is immediately upon waking. During sleep, the brain has been consolidating memories, pruning unnecessary connections, and preparing for new learning. When you first wake up, there is a brief window of heightened plasticity before the brain settles into its habitual daytime patterns. If you wake up and immediately check your phone, scroll through social media, dive into email, you are using this precious window of plasticity to reinforce those habits. But if you wake at 3 a.m. and immediately move into meditation, contemplation, and spiritual practice, you are using this window to rewire your brain toward higher consciousness. You are literally sculpting your brain to support awakening. Buddha did not know about neurons and synapses, but he understood the principle perfectly. He taught that what you repeatedly think and do becomes the shape of your mind. If you repeatedly think anxious thoughts, anxiety becomes your default state. If you repeatedly act with anger, anger becomes your habitual response. But if you repeatedly practice peace, presence, and compassion, especially during the hours when consciousness is most malleable, these qualities become your new default. This is not positive thinking or self-help philosophy. This is the fundamental law of consciousness that Buddha discovered through direct experience, and that modern neuroscience is now confirming. There is another dimension to the 3 a.m. practice that relates to what Buddha called karma. Karma is often misunderstood in the West as some cosmic system of punishment and reward. But Buddha's teaching was much more sophisticated. Karma simply means action, and more specifically, intentional action. Every action you take with intention creates a karmic seed that will eventually bear fruit. If you act with greed, hatred, or delusion, you plant seeds of future suffering. If you act with generosity, loving kindness, and wisdom, you plant seeds of future happiness and liberation. But here is the key point that is often missed. Karma is not just about external actions, what you do in the world. It is primarily about internal actions, what you do with your mind. Every time you choose to observe a thought rather than identify with it, you are performing a karmic action. Every time you choose to return to the present moment rather than get lost in fantasy or worry, you are performing a karmic action. Every time you choose to meet experience with equanimity rather than reactivity, you are performing a karmic action. These internal actions are actually more powerful than external actions because they shape the very foundation of your consciousness. And when you perform these internal actions consistently at 3 a.m., when consciousness is most receptive, the karmic seeds you plant are extraordinarily powerful. They grow faster, they bear more fruit, and they have a greater transformative effect than the same actions performed at other times. Think of it like planting seeds in a garden. If you plant seeds during the optimal season, in good soil, with the right amount of water and sunlight, those seeds will grow into strong, healthy plants. But if you plant the same seeds at the wrong time, in poor soil, with too much or too little water, they may not grow at all. The 3 a.m. hour is the optimal season for planting seeds of awakening. The soil of consciousness is rich and receptive. The conditions are perfect. Every moment of practice at this hour yields exponential returns compared to practice at other times. This is why Buddha was so insistent that his monks maintain this schedule. He was not being arbitrary or traditional. He was teaching them to work with the natural laws of consciousness. Now let us explore what happens when you have been practicing the 3 a.m. rule consistently for several months or years. The transformation becomes undeniable. People who know you will notice that something has fundamentally changed. You carry yourself differently. There is a quality of presence, of groundedness, of peace that emanates from you without effort. When you speak, people listen more attentively because your words carry weight. They come from a deeper place. When you are silent, your silence is comfortable, not awkward or tense, but full and complete. You become someone that others instinctively trust, not because you are trying to appear trustworthy, but because you have developed genuine integrity through your practice. Your relationship with fear transforms. The anxieties that used to dominate your mind begin to lose their power. You still feel fear. It is a natural human emotion, but you no longer believe it. You recognize fear as a passing state, a temporary sensation in the body and mind, not a truth about reality. When challenges arise, you meet them with a quality of steadiness that surprises even yourself. This is not because you have become hard or unfeeling, but because you have touched something deeper than emotion, a core of awareness that remains stable regardless of circumstances. Buddha called this the unconditioned, that aspect of consciousness that is not dependent on conditions, not subject to arising and passing away. Your relationship with desire also transforms. Buddha taught that desire is the root of suffering, but this is often misunderstood. He was not teaching that you should have no preferences, no goals, no enjoyment of life. He was teaching about tanha, compulsive craving, the desperate grasping for pleasure and aversion to pain that drives most human behavior. When you practice consistently at 3 a.m., you begin to distinguish between healthy desire, wanting something while being okay if you do not get it, and unhealthy craving, needing something so desperately that its absence feels unbearable. You can still pursue goals, create beautiful things, enjoy sensory pleasures, but there is a lightness to it. You are not attached to outcomes. You can hold your desires loosely. And paradoxically, when you stop desperately grasping, you often get more of what you truly want, because you are operating from a place of clarity rather than compulsion. Your relationship with other people becomes more authentic and less complicated. Much of human relationship is driven by unconscious needs, the need for validation, the need to control, the need to be needed, the need to avoid loneliness. These needs create complex dynamics, manipulation, codependency, drama. But as your practice deepens, these unconscious needs begin to resolve. You become more self-sufficient, not in an isolated way, but in a grounded way. You do not need other people to complete you, or fix you, or make you feel okay, because you have found completeness within yourself. This does not make you cold or distant. Actually, it makes you more capable of genuine intimacy, because you can be with others without needing anything from them. You can love without grasping. You can support without enabling. You can be present without losing yourself. The 3 a.m. practice also has profound effects on what Buddha called the 5 hindrances, the main obstacles to meditation and awakening. These 5 hindrances are sensory desire, ill will, sloth and torpor, restlessness and worry, and doubt. Every meditator encounters these hindrances, and learning to work with them skillfully is essential to progress. But here is what many practitioners discover. At 3 a.m., the hindrances are naturally weakened. Sensory desire is minimal because the body has been satisfied through sleep, and there is no food or entertainment available at this hour. Ill will is minimal because there is no one around to irritate you, and the mind has not yet activated its daytime grievances. Sloth and torpor, while they may be present initially, can be worked with through gentle movement and intention. Restlessness and worry are minimal because the concerns of daily life have not yet reasserted themselves. And doubt is minimal because the very act of waking at 3 a.m. to practice is itself an affirmation of confidence in the path. This does not mean the hindrances never arise during 3 a.m. practice. They do, especially in the beginning. But they arise with less force, they are easier to recognize, and they are easier to release. You learn to work with them skillfully. When sensory desire arises, you observe it without judgment. You notice how it feels in the body. You watch it arise and pass away. When ill will arises, you investigate its roots. You find the hurt or fear underneath. You respond with compassion for yourself. When sloth and torpor arise, you bring more energy into your posture. You open your eyes slightly. You focus on a more active practice like walking meditation. When restlessness and worry arise, you anchor yourself more firmly in the present moment. You feel your feet on the ground. You count your breaths. When doubt arises, you remember why you started this practice. You recall previous moments of clarity and peace. You renew your commitment. Buddha taught that working with the hindrances is not about suppressing them or pretending they do not exist. It is about seeing them clearly, understanding their nature, and responding wisely. The 3 a.m. practice provides the ideal conditions for this work because the hindrances are present but not overwhelming. You can observe them like a scientist observing a specimen under a microscope, with interest and curiosity rather than fear and aversion. Over time, you develop a mastery over these mental states. They still arise, but they no longer control you. You see them coming from a distance. You greet them like old acquaintances, and you watch them leave without clinging to them or pushing them away. One of the most beautiful aspects of sustained 3M practice is what happens with synchronicity. Carl Jung coined this term to describe meaningful coincidences. Events that are connected not by causation but by meaning. As your practice deepens, you may notice that synchronicities increase in your life. You think of someone and they call. You need information and it appears unexpectedly. You face a challenge and the solution presents itself through an unlikely series of events. Doors open, opportunities arise, the right people appear at the right time. This is not magic or supernatural intervention. This is what happens when your consciousness becomes more coherent, more aligned, more in tune with the deeper patterns of reality. Buddha taught about this phenomenon in terms of dependent origination. the principle that all things arise in dependence on causes and conditions. When you change your internal conditions through practice, the external conditions of your life naturally begin to shift and align. Think of your consciousness like a radio receiver. If the receiver is full of static, full of interference, it can only pick up garbled signals. But if you clean the receiver, tune it carefully, maintain it well, it can pick up clear signals from distant stations. The 3 a.m. practice is like tuning and cleaning your receiver. You are reducing the static of mental chatter, emotional turbulence, and unconscious patterns. As the static decreases, you become able to receive clearer signals from the universe, from your deeper self, from the field of collective consciousness, information, guidance, and opportunities that were always there, but previously inaccessible now become available to you. This is what spiritual traditions call divine grace or cosmic support. But it is really just your own consciousness becoming clear enough to perceive and work with the subtle intelligence that permeates reality. Buddha also taught extensively about the nature of mind itself, and the 3 a.m. practice provides direct experiential access to these teachings. In Buddhism, mind is understood to have two aspects, the thinking mind and the aware mind. The thinking mind is what generates thoughts, concepts, stories, judgments. This is the aspect of mind we are most familiar with, the voice in your head that never seems to stop talking. But underneath this thinking mind is the aware mind, the consciousness that knows that thinking is happening, the space in which all mental activity occurs. Most people are completely identified with the thinking mind. They believe they are their thoughts, but through meditation, especially at 3 a.m. when the thinking mind is naturally quieter, you can begin to distinguish between these two aspects of mind. You start to notice that thoughts come and go, but awareness remains. Emotions arise and pass, but awareness remains. Sensations change constantly, but awareness remains. This awareness, this knowing quality, is always present, always stable, always peaceful. It is not affected by what it observes. It is like the sky, which remains clear and spacious, whether there are clouds or not, whether there are storms or sunshine. Buddha called this awareness the unconditioned mind, the deathless nirvana. It is not something you need to create or achieve. It is already here, already present, simply obscured by the constant movement of thoughts, emotions, and sensations. The 3 a.m. practice helps you recognize this aware mind, this fundamental consciousness that you truly are. As this recognition deepens, something extraordinary happens. You begin to realize that this aware mind is not personal. It is not yours in the way your thoughts and emotions feel like yours. It is more like a universal consciousness that expresses itself through your particular body and mind. This realization is both humbling and liberating. Humbling because you recognize that what you thought of as your separate self is actually just a temporary expression of something much vaster. Liberating because you realize that your true nature is not limited to this body, this personality, this lifetime. Buddha taught that this realization is the end of suffering, because suffering only exists for the separate self. When you recognize that there is no separate self, that there is only this vast awareness expressing itself in infinite forms, how can there be suffering? There can be pain, there can be challenges, but suffering, which is the mind's resistance to what is, dissolves. This might sound abstract or philosophical, but it becomes direct, lived experience through consistent practice at 3 a.m. You are not believing in Buddha's teachings intellectually. You are verifying them through your own direct investigation. This is why Buddha famously said, "Do not believe anything just because I said it. Do not believe anything just because it is written in scriptures. Do not believe anything based on authority or tradition. Investigate for yourself. Test these teachings in the laboratory of your own consciousness and report back on what you find." The 3 a.m. practice is the laboratory. Your own mind is the experiment. And the results, when you conduct this experiment sincerely and consistently, are reproducible. Different people, across different cultures, across different time periods, all report similar findings when they engage in this practice. This is not subjective belief. This is objective investigation into the nature of consciousness. Let us also address the role of patience and persistence in this practice. Modern culture conditions us to expect instant results. We want transformation overnight. We want enlightenment by next Tuesday. But Buddha taught that awakening is a gradual process, like the ocean's gradual slope leading from shore to depths. There are occasional moments of sudden insight, but these moments are supported by months and years of patient, consistent practice. The 3 a.m. rule is not a quick fix. It is a life practice, a commitment to meeting yourself in the deepest hour, day after day, week after week, month after month, regardless of how you feel, regardless of results. Some mornings you will wake at 3 a.m. and your meditation will be profound, blissful, full of insight. Other mornings you will wake and feel nothing but sleepiness and resistance. Both experiences are valid. Both are part of the practice. The key is to show up regardless. This is what Buddha meant by virya, energy or effort. Not a straining, desperate effort, but a steady, patient, persistent showing up. Like water wearing away stone, not through force but through consistency. Each 3 a.m. session is a drop of water. Individually, it may not seem like much, but over time, those drops carve deep channels in the stone of your conditioning, creating new pathways for consciousness to flow. There will be periods when the practice feels easy, natural, joyful. You will look forward to your 3 a.m. sessions. You will feel disappointed if circumstances prevent you from maintaining the practice. And there will be periods when the practice feels impossible. When getting out of bed feels like the hardest thing in the world. When meditation feels dry and pointless. These difficult periods are not failures. They are opportunities to deepen your practice. They are testing whether your commitment is genuine or superficial. Anyone can practice when it feels good. The question is, can you practice when it feels terrible? Can you maintain your commitment when there are no immediate rewards? When doubt is screaming in your mind? When every part of you wants to quit? This is where true transformation happens. Not in the easy moments, but in the difficult ones. Buddha spent 6 years engaged in extreme ascetic practices before his enlightenment, pushing his body to the brink of death, practicing with an intensity that few could match. And yet he ultimately abandoned these practices, realizing they were not leading to liberation. Why? Because they were based on force, on violence toward himself, on the belief that awakening could be achieved through suffering. After abandoning asceticism, he discovered the middle way, not too tight, not too loose, like tuning a string instrument. The 3 a.m. practice embodies this middle way. It requires discipline, yes, but not torture. It requires commitment, yes, but not obsession. It requires effort, yes, but not strain. You find the balance point where practice is challenging enough to create growth, but not so extreme that it becomes unsustainable. As we reach the conclusion of this first part, let me offer you some practical guidance for beginning the 3 a.m. practice yourself. If you feel called to do so, start slowly. Do not try to go from your current sleep schedule to 3 a.m. overnight. If you normally wake at 7 a.m., try 6 a.m. for a week, then 5 a.m. for a week. Gradually work your way to 3 a.m. over a month or 2. This gives your body time to adjust, prevents burnout, and increases the likelihood that you will sustain the practice long term. Adjust your bedtime accordingly. If you want to wake at 3 a.m., you need to be asleep by 9 p.m. or 10 p.m. at the latest. This means shifting your entire evening routine. No screens after 8 p.m. Dim lighting in the evening. Perhaps some gentle reading or quiet conversation. Create a wind-down ritual that signals to your body that sleep is approaching. When you wake at 3 a.m., get up immediately. Do not hit snooze. Do not negotiate with your mind. The moment you open your eyes, sit up. Put your feet on the floor, stand. Splash cold water on your face if needed. Move directly to your meditation space. Have it prepared the night before so there are no obstacles. Perhaps light a candle or incense as a ritual to mark the transition into sacred practice. Sit. Even if you feel tired, sit. Often the tiredness will pass within 5 to 10 minutes as your body and mind adjust. Begin with simple breath awareness. Count your breaths if it helps maintain focus. 1 on the inhale, 2 on the exhale, up to 10, then start over. When your mind wanders, and it will, gently bring it back without judgment. Start with short sessions. Even 15 to 20 minutes is valuable in the beginning. As your practice stabilizes, you can gradually extend to 30 minutes, 45 minutes, an hour or more. Listen to your body and mind. Some days they will have more capacity than others. After your session, you can choose to return to sleep or begin your day. Experiment to find what works best for you. If you return to sleep, set an intention for what time you want to wake next. Many practitioners find they naturally wake at the desired time without an alarm after the first few weeks. Keep a journal. Write briefly after each session about what you experienced, what insights arose, what challenges you faced. Over time, this journal becomes a record of your transformation, and reviewing it can provide encouragement during difficult periods. Most importantly, remember that this is your practice, your journey. Buddha offered teachings and guidance, but he always emphasized that each person must walk the path themselves. No one can do it for you. No one can give you their enlightenment. You must discover it for yourself through direct experience. The 3 a.m. rule is a powerful tool, but it is just a tool. The real work is what happens within your consciousness during that sacred hour. Are you truly present? Are you truly investigating? Are you truly committed to awakening? Or are you just going through the motions, hoping for some external magic to transform you? Buddha taught that effort is required, but the right kind of effort, wise effort, balanced effort, patient effort. He taught that faith is required, but not blind faith, rather confidence based on investigation and direct experience. He taught that wisdom is required, the wisdom to see things as they truly are, not as you wish them to be or fear them to be. The 3 a.m. practice develops all of these qualities simultaneously. Through consistent practice, your effort becomes wiser, your faith becomes stronger, your wisdom becomes deeper, and gradually, imperceptibly at first, but then unmistakably, you transform. The person who started this practice is not the person who emerges after months of dedication. Something fundamental has shifted. The center of gravity of your consciousness has moved from ego to awareness, from separation to connection, from suffering to peace. In this second part of our exploration, we will dive deeper into the specific techniques Buddha taught for maximizing the power of the 3 a.m. hour, the obstacles you will inevitably encounter, and the profound transformations that occur when you persist through those obstacles. We will also explore the scientific research that validates what Buddha knew intuitively. And we will hear the stories of modern practitioners who have experienced dramatic life changes through this ancient practice. By the end of this section, you will have a comprehensive understanding of not just why to practice at 3 a.m., but exactly how to do it in a way that produces real, lasting results. Let us begin by addressing one of the most common questions people ask when they first hear about the 3 a.m. practice. What if I have work obligations, family responsibilities, or a schedule that makes this impossible? This is a legitimate concern, and Buddha was actually quite practical in his approach to spiritual practice. He recognized that not everyone can live as a monk with complete control over their schedule. He taught lay disciples, people with jobs, families, and worldly responsibilities, and he offered them modified practices that fit within their constraints. So let us be clear. The ideal is to wake at 3 a.m. every single day. But the realistic approach for most people is to start with whatever is possible and gradually expand from there. Perhaps you can only manage 3 a.m. practice on weekends. That is fine. Start there. 2 days per week of deep practice is infinitely better than 0 days. Perhaps you can only do 4 a.m. or 5 a.m. on weekdays due to work schedules. Again, that is acceptable. While 3 a.m. is optimal, the period from 3 a.m. to 6 a.m. all carries similar benefits, though they decrease slightly as you move later into the morning. The key is consistency within whatever parameters you can manage. If you commit to waking at 5 a.m. 5 days per week, and you actually do it every single week for months, you will experience profound results. Consistency matters more than perfection. Buddha taught the middle way, and that applies to scheduling as much as anything else. Do what you can do sustainably, then gradually expand as your life circumstances allow and as your commitment deepens. Now let us explore the specific meditation techniques that are most effective during the 3 a.m. hour. Buddha taught many different meditation methods because he recognized that different techniques suit different temperaments and different stages of development. The foundation of all Buddhist meditation is samatha, which means calm, abiding, or concentration, and vipassana, which means clear seeing or insight. Samatha practice develops your ability to focus the mind pointedly on one object without distraction. Vipassana practice develops your ability to see the true nature of reality, to perceive impermanence, unsatisfactoriness, and non-self in all phenomena. Most practitioners need to develop some level of samatha before they can effectively practice vipassana, though the two often develop together in an integrated practice. For samatha practice at 3 a.m., the most accessible object of concentration is the breath. Sit comfortably with your spine erect. Are your body relaxed but alert? Close your eyes or keep them slightly open with a soft downward gaze. Bring your attention to the sensation of breathing. You might focus on the feeling of air moving in and out of your nostrils, or the rising and falling of your abdomen, or the expansion and contraction of your chest. Choose one location and stay with it. Do not try to control the breath, just observe it as it naturally occurs. When your mind wanders, and it will wander hundreds of times, simply notice that it has wandered and gently return your attention to the breath. No judgment, no frustration, just a gentle return, again and again and again. This sounds simple, almost too simple to be powerful. But do not be deceived by its simplicity. This practice is training your mind to do something it has never learned to do. Remain focused on one thing without being pulled away by the constant stream of thoughts, memories, plans, fantasies, and worries that normally dominate consciousness. At 3 a.m., you will notice that the mind wanders less frequently than during the day. The thoughts that do arise tend to be slower, more spacious, easier to recognize and release. This makes the practice more rewarding, which in turn motivates you to continue, creating a positive feedback loop. As your concentration deepens over weeks and months, you begin to experience what Buddha called piti and sukha, rapture and happiness that arise from concentration itself. Your body may tingle with energy. Your mind becomes luminous, clear, spacious. Time seems to stop. You enter into what athletes call flow state, but at a much deeper level. Once you have developed some stability in samatha, you can begin to incorporate vipassana techniques. The most fundamental vipassana practice is the contemplation of the three characteristics: impermanence, unsatisfactoriness, and non-self. As you sit in meditation at 3 a.m., after establishing concentration on the breath, you expand your awareness to include all sensations in the body. Notice how every sensation is constantly changing. That tingling in your leg arises, persists for a moment, then fades away. That itch on your face appears, intensifies, then disappears. That feeling of pressure in your back shifts and morphs continuously. Everything is in flux. Nothing stays the same for even a moment. This is anicca, impermanence. And seeing it directly in your own experience is profoundly liberating, because it reveals that nothing can be held onto. Nothing can provide permanent satisfaction. As you observe these changing sensations, also notice their quality. Is there any sensation that is completely satisfying, that makes you feel perfectly complete and content? Upon honest investigation, you will find that even pleasant sensations have a subtle quality of unsatisfactoriness, because they are fleeting, because you know they will end, because they create a desire for more. And unpleasant sensations obviously carry suffering. Even neutral sensations, when you look closely, have a quality of unsatisfactoriness, because they are not the pleasant sensations you wish you were feeling. This is dukkha, the fundamental unsatisfactoriness that Buddha taught is inherent in all conditioned phenomena. Seeing this directly does not make you pessimistic or depressed. Actually, it makes you free, because you stop expecting the world of form to provide you with lasting happiness, and you turn your attention to the unconditioned, to awareness itself, which is the only source of true peace. Finally, as you observe sensations arising and passing, investigate who is experiencing them. Where is the experiencer? Can you find a solid, unchanging self that is having these experiences? When you look for it, you cannot find it. There are sensations, but no solid self experiencing them. There are thoughts, but no solid thinker thinking them. There are emotions, but no solid feeler feeling them. There is just experience happening. Awareness knowing that experience is happening, but no separate entity at the center of it all. This is anatta, non-self, and directly perceiving this is what Buddha called stream entry, the first stage of enlightenment. You enter the stream that flows inevitably toward full awakening. Once you have seen through the illusion of the separate self, even for a moment, you can never fully believe in it again. The seed of liberation has been planted and will inevitably grow to fruition. These vipassana practices are particularly effective at 3 a.m. because the sense of self is naturally less solid at this hour. You have just emerged from sleep, where there is no self-consciousness, no ego narrative. The usual structures of identity, your name, your roles, your history, your personality, have not fully reassembled yet. There is a window of opportunity to see through them before they solidify for the day. Many practitioners report spontaneous experiences of non-self during 3 a.m. practice, moments when the boundary between inside and outside dissolves, when there is just experience happening with no one experiencing it. These moments can be brief, lasting only seconds, but they are utterly transformative. They reveal a dimension of reality that is always present, but normally obscured by the illusion of separation. Another powerful technique for the 3 a.m. hour is metta meditation, the cultivation of loving kindness. This practice involves systematically directing wishes of well-being toward yourself and others. You begin by silently repeating phrases such as "May I be happy," "May I be healthy," "May I be safe," "May I live with ease." You allow these wishes to resonate in your heart, feeling genuine care and kindness toward yourself. After establishing this feeling toward yourself, you extend it to a benefactor, someone who has helped you in life. May you be happy, may you be healthy, may you be safe, may you live with ease. Then to a friend, then to a neutral person, someone you neither like nor dislike, then to a difficult person, someone you have conflict with, and finally to all beings everywhere. May all beings be happy. May all beings be healthy. May all beings be safe. May all beings live with ease. This practice might sound sentimental or superficial, but it is actually one of the most powerful tools for transforming consciousness. What you are doing is training your mind to generate and sustain positive emotional states independent of external circumstances. You are weakening the habitual patterns of judgment, resentment, and fear that normally govern your relationships. And you are directly countering the illusion of separation by recognizing that all beings, including yourself, want the same fundamental things: happiness, health, safety, and ease. At 3 a.m., when your heart is naturally more open and your defensive barriers are down, metta practice can produce experiences of boundless love, a sense of connection with all of life that is not abstract or intellectual, but viscerally felt. Your chest may feel like it is expanding. Your eyes may fill with tears. You may feel overwhelmed by the beauty and preciousness of existence. These experiences are not mere emotion. They are glimpses of your true nature, which is fundamentally loving and connected. Buddha taught that there are 4 Brahma Viharas, divine abodes or sublime states, that can be cultivated through meditation. Metta, loving kindness, is the first. Karuna, compassion, is the second. Compassion is the quality of the heart that responds to suffering with the wish to alleviate it. It is different from pity, which looks down on suffering from a position of superiority, and different from empathy, which feels the suffering as if it were your own and can become overwhelming. Compassion sees suffering clearly, understands its causes, and responds with wise action to reduce it. During your 3 a.m. practice, after cultivating metta, you can shift into karuna practice by bringing to mind someone who is suffering, perhaps someone who is ill, grieving, struggling with addiction, or facing hardship. You hold them in your awareness with compassion, silently offering phrases such as "May your suffering ease," "May you find peace," "May you be free from pain." The third Brahmavihara is mudita, sympathetic joy or appreciative joy. This is the quality of the heart that takes delight in the happiness and success of others. In our competitive, comparison-driven culture, this does not come naturally. We tend to feel jealous or threatened when others succeed, or we diminish their accomplishments to protect our own ego. But mudita practice trains you to genuinely celebrate the good fortune of others. During your 3 a.m. session, you bring to mind someone who is experiencing happiness, success, or good fortune, and you consciously generate joy for them, silently offering phrases such as "May your happiness continue," "May your success grow," "May you enjoy the fruits of your efforts." This practice transforms your relationship to success and happiness. You realize that joy, is not a limited resource that others having more means you having less. Joy is infinite, and you can access it simply by appreciating the joy that exists anywhere in the world. The fourth Brahma Vihara is upeka, equanimity. This is the quality of the heart that remains balanced and stable regardless of circumstances, that does not get swept away by the constant ups and downs of life. Equanimity is not indifference or cold detachment. It is a warm, spacious acceptance of reality as it is. It is the wisdom that understands you cannot control most of what happens, but you can control how you respond. During your 3 a.m. practice, after cultivating metta, karuna, and mudita, you rest in equanimity by silently acknowledging the truth of things. All beings are the owners of their karma. Their happiness and unhappiness depend on their actions, not on my wishes for them. This does not mean you stop caring or helping. It means you help without being attached to outcomes, without needing others to change in order for you to be okay. You offer what you can offer, then you release it, trusting in the natural unfolding of causes and conditions. Practicing the 4 Brahma Viharas at 3 a.m. creates a foundation of emotional and spiritual health that supports every other aspect of your practice and your life. These qualities, loving kindness, compassion, joy, and equanimity, are not just nice feelings to experience occasionally. They are transformative forces that reshape your consciousness from the ground up. When you practice them consistently at the most receptive hour, they become integrated into your being. You do not just feel loving kindness during meditation. You become a loving person. You do not just practice compassion for 30 minutes. Compassion becomes your automatic response to suffering. You do not just generate joy during a technique. Joy becomes your baseline emotional state. You do not just touch equanimity briefly. Equanimity becomes the ground from which you meet all of life. Now let us address the obstacles that will inevitably arise in your 3 a.m. practice. Buddha identified 5 hindrances that obstruct meditation, and he taught specific antidotes for each. The first hindrance is sensory desire, the mind's tendency to seek pleasure through the 5 senses: sight, sound, taste, smell, and touch. During 3 a.m. practice, this might manifest as fantasies about food, sex, comfort, or entertainment. Your mind starts planning what you will eat for breakfast, or replaying a pleasurable memory, or anticipating some future pleasure. The antidote Buddha taught is to contemplate the impermanence and unsatisfactory nature of sensory pleasures. Recall how quickly they fade, how they never fully satisfy, how they often lead to suffering when they end. This is not about denying yourself pleasure, but about seeing it clearly, so you are not enslaved by craving for it. The second hindrance is ill will, which includes anger, resentment, irritation, aversion, and hatred. At 3 a.m., This might arise as irritation at having to be awake, resentment towards someone who wronged you, or aversion to physical discomfort you are experiencing. The antidote is meta-practice. When ill will arises, immediately shift into generating loving kindness, first toward yourself for having this difficult emotion, then toward the person or situation you feel ill will toward. This does not mean you condone harmful behavior or pretend everything is fine. It means you choose not to poison your own mind with hatred. As Buddha famously taught, holding on to anger is like grasping a hot coal with the intent of throwing it at someone else. You are the one who gets burned. The third hindrance is sloth and torpor, which is dullness, drowsiness, lack of energy. This is perhaps the most common challenge during 3 a.m. practice, especially in the beginning. You sit down to meditate and immediately feel overwhelmingly sleepy. Your head starts to nod. Your body wants to lie down. Your mind becomes foggy and unclear. Buddha taught several antidotes for this. First, bring more energy into your posture. Sit up straighter, open your eyes, focus on a point in front of you. Second, reflect on inspiring teachings or on death to create a sense of urgency. Third, get up and do walking meditation instead of sitting. Fourth, splash cold water on your face or step outside for a moment if possible. Fifth, focus on a more energizing meditation object such as a bright light or an energizing visualization. The key is not to fight the drowsiness with tension, but to skillfully bring more energy into your practice. The fourth hindrance is restlessness and worry, which is mental agitation, anxiety. The mind jumping from thought to thought, unable to settle. At 3 a.m., this might manifest as worrying about the day ahead, ruminating about problems, planning and scheming, or just general mental chatter. The antidote Buddha taught is to anchor yourself more firmly in the present moment through body awareness. Feel your feet on the floor. Feel your sit bones on the cushion. Feel the weight of your body. Feel the sensations of breathing. Count your breaths to give the mind a simple task. Remind yourself that this is time set aside specifically for practice. The worries can wait. The plans can wait. Right now there is only this breath, this moment. Gradually the mind will settle like sediment settling in water when you stop stirring it. The fifth hindrance is doubt, which is skepticism about the practice, about your ability to do it, about whether it is worth the effort. You might sit there at 3 a.m. thinking this is pointless. I am not getting anywhere. This worked for Buddha, but it will not work for me. I should just go back to bed. The antidote is to reflect on the benefits you have already experienced, however subtle, and to remember that doubt itself is just another mental state, not a truth about reality. You can observe doubt arising, just like any other thought or emotion. You do not have to believe it or act on it. You can acknowledge it. Thank your mind for trying to protect you from potential disappointment, and then gently return to your practice. Over time, as the benefits of practice become undeniable, doubt naturally weakens and is replaced by confidence born of direct experience. Buddha also taught about what are called the 7 factors of enlightenment, qualities of mind that support awakening. These are mindfulness, investigation, energy, joy, tranquility, concentration, and equanimity. When these 7 factors are balanced and fully developed, enlightenment is inevitable. The 3 a.m. practice naturally cultivates all 7 factors. Mindfulness develops through the constant practice of returning attention to the present moment. Investigation develops through the exploration of your direct experience and the contemplation of Dharma teachings. Energy develops through the discipline of waking when you would rather sleep. Joy develops through the deep peace and satisfaction that comes from meditation. Tranquility develops through the settling of mental and physical agitation. Concentration develops through single, pointed focus on meditation objects. And equanimity develops through learning to remain balanced with whatever arises. What is fascinating is that these 7 factors balance each other. When you have too much energy and not enough tranquility, you become restless. When you have too much tranquility and not enough energy, you become dull. When you have too much investigation and not enough concentration, your mind becomes scattered. When you have too much concentration and not enough investigation, your practice becomes rigid. But mindfulness and equanimity are useful in all situations and help balance the other factors. At 3 a.m., because your mind is naturally more balanced than during the day, it is easier to find the optimal balance of these factors. You can feel when you need more energy, when you need more calm, when you need more focus, when you need more openness. You develop a sensitivity to the inner landscape of your mind and learn to make subtle adjustments that keep your practice in the optimal zone for growth. Let us explore what modern neuroscience has discovered about meditation and how it relates to the 3 a.m. practice. Dr. Richard Davidson at the University of Wisconsin has conducted extensive research on the brains of long-term meditators, including Tibetan Buddhist monks with tens of thousands of hours of practice. His research has shown that meditation produces measurable changes in brain structure and function. Areas of the brain associated with attention, emotional regulation, and self-awareness become thicker and more active. Areas associated with fear and stress response become less active. The brain literally rewires itself through meditation. But here is what is particularly relevant to the 3 a.m. practice. The rate of these changes varies depending on the time of day and the consistency of practice. Research on circadian rhythms and brain plasticity has shown that the brain's ability to form new neural connections. Neuroplasticity follows a daily rhythm. It is highest in the early morning hours, declining gradually throughout the day and reaching its lowest point in the late evening. This means that meditation practice in the early morning, specifically between 3 a.m. and 7 a.m., produces more rapid and more durable changes in brain structure than the same practice done later in the day. You are literally getting more neuroplastic bang for your meditative buck by practicing at 3 a.m. This explains why monks throughout history have maintained this schedule. They may not have known about neurons and synapses, but they observed through direct experience that early morning practice produces faster and deeper results. Another relevant area of research concerns what is called the hypnagogic state, the transitional state between waking and sleeping. This state occurs twice in every 24-hour cycle. As you are falling asleep at night and as you are waking in the morning. During the hypnagogic state, the brain produces theta waves, which are associated with deep relaxation, creativity, and access to subconscious material. Many creative breakthroughs throughout history have occurred during hypnagogic states. Thomas Edison famously used to nap in a chair holding ball bearings in his hands. As he fell asleep and entered the hypnagogic state, his hands would relax. The ball bearings would fall and wake him up, and he would immediately write down whatever insights had arisen. Salvador Dali used a similar technique. The 3 a.m. practice allows you to harness the hypnagogic state that occurs upon waking. You move directly from this creative, intuitive, subconscious, accessing state into meditation, which allows you to remain conscious while in these deeper brain wave states. Research on cortisol rhythms is also relevant. As mentioned earlier, cortisol begins rising around 2 a.m. to 3 a.m. and peaks around 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. Cortisol has gotten a bad reputation as the stress hormone, but it is actually essential for alertness and focus when present at appropriate levels and times. The gradual rise of cortisol in the early morning is what naturally wakes you up and prepares you for the day. By waking at 3 a.m., you are catching the beginning of this rise, which creates a state of alert relaxation, perfect for meditation. Your mind is awake enough to focus, but not so activated that it cannot settle. By contrast, if you meditate in the late evening when cortisol is at its lowest, you are more likely to become drowsy and dull. If you meditate in the middle of the day when cortisol has peaked and is fluctuating based on stress and activity, your mind may be too agitated to settle easily. Research on sleep cycles and memory consolidation is also illuminating. During sleep, your brain processes the experiences of the previous day, consolidating important memories and discarding irrelevant information. This process occurs primarily during REM sleep, which increases in frequency and duration in the later cycles of sleep. By around 3 a.m., if you went to bed around 10 p.m., most of this memory consolidation has been completed. Your brain has processed yesterday, filed away what needed to be saved, and cleared working memory for today. This creates a kind of clean slate, a freshness of consciousness that is ideal for spiritual practice. You are not carrying the mental residue of yesterday's experiences. Your consciousness is wiped clean, ready for new impressions, new insights, new realizations. There is also fascinating research on what are called default mode network, or DMN, which we touched on earlier. The DMN is a network of brain regions that becomes active when you are not focused on the outside world. When you are daydreaming, thinking about yourself, recalling the past, or imagining the future. This network is essentially the neural basis of the sense of self, the ego. Research has shown that experienced meditators have reduced activity in the DMN during meditation, which correlates with reduced self-referential thinking, reduced rumination, and increased sense of connection with something larger than the self. Recent research has also shown that DMN activity follows a circadian rhythm. It is lowest in the early morning hours, right around 3 a.m. to 5 a.m., and highest in the late afternoon and evening. This means that at 3 a.m., your sense of self, your ego, is naturally at its weakest. The neural structures that maintain the illusion of separation are less active. This makes it much easier to experience states of non-self, oneness, or unity consciousness during 3 a.m. meditation compared to meditation at other times of day. Now, let me share some stories of modern practitioners who have transformed their lives through the 3 a.m. practice. These are real people, though I have changed names for privacy, who discovered the power of this ancient technique and applied it in contemporary contexts. The first story is of Sarah, a corporate executive who was successful by conventional measures but deeply unhappy. She worked 60 to 70 hours per week, earned a 6-figure salary, had a prestigious title, but felt empty inside. She struggled with anxiety, took medication for depression, and had a nagging sense that there must be more to life than this endless cycle of work, stress, and brief periods of escape through entertainment and consumption. She came across Buddha's teachings online and was intrigued and decided to try the 3 a.m. practice despite thinking it was probably crazy. The first 2 weeks were brutal. She set her alarm for 3 a.m., hit snooze 5 times, finally dragged herself out of bed at 4 a.m., sat for 10 minutes of what felt like torture, then went back to bed feeling like a failure. But something kept her going, perhaps desperation, perhaps intuition that this might actually work if she persisted. In the 3rd week, something shifted. She woke at 3 a.m. before her alarm, felt a strange clarity, sat down to meditate, and for the first time in her life, experienced 20 minutes of genuine mental quiet. Not complete silence. Thoughts still arose, but they were slower, softer, easier to observe without getting caught in them. She felt a peace she had not felt since childhood. That experience convinced her to continue. After 3 months of consistent practice, Sarah made a radical decision. She quit her corporate job, took a 50% pay cut to work for a non-profit aligned with her values, and restructured her entire life around what she had discovered in those early morning hours. That peace and meaning matter more than status and money. 5 years later, she reports being happier than she ever imagined possible. She still wakes at 3 a.m. every day, practices for 90 minutes, then begins a much simpler, slower paced day. Her anxiety is gone without medication. Her relationships have deepened. She feels connected to something larger than herself. She says the 3 a.m. practice saved her life, and she means it literally, as she believes she would have eventually succeeded in the suicide she was occasionally contemplating during her corporate years. Another story is of James, a military veteran struggling with PTSD after 2 tours in Iraq. He had nightmares, insomnia, hypervigilance, and explosive anger that was destroying his marriage and his relationship with his children. He tried therapy, tried medications, tried support groups, and while these helped somewhat, he was still suffering significantly. A fellow veteran who had found healing through Buddhism suggested he try meditation, specifically at 3 a.m. James was skeptical. Meditation seemed too soft, too passive for someone with his background. But he was desperate enough to try anything. What James discovered was that the 3 a.m. practice gave him something he had been missing since leaving the military: a sense of discipline, mission, and structure. Waking at 3 a.m. required the same kind of commitment and toughness that military training had cultivated in him. He could respect that, and sitting in meditation, facing his inner demons, the memories, the fear, the rage, required as much courage as anything he had faced in combat. This reframed spiritual practice from something weak into something warrior-like. After 6 months of practice, James's nightmares decreased by about 70%. His anger became manageable. He could feel it arising, but chose not to act on it. His relationship with his wife and children began to heal. He started training as a meditation teacher, specifically for veterans, bringing the 3 a.m. practice to others struggling with trauma. He says that combat taught him how to survive, but the 3 a.m. practice taught him how to truly live. A third story is of Maria, a single mother working 2 jobs to support her 3 children. When someone suggested she try waking at 3 a.m. to meditate, she actually laughed. She said, I can barely keep my eyes open at 9 p.m. You want me to wake up at 3 a.m. I need every minute of sleep I can get. But Maria was also deeply stressed, exhausted, not just physically, but spiritually. She felt like a machine: work, kids, housework, sleep, repeat, with no time for herself, no space for reflection, no sense of meaning beyond survival. Something about the idea of reclaiming 1 hour for herself, the hour when no one needed her, when the world was silent, appealed to her despite the apparent impossibility. She started small, just 20 minutes, waking at 3 a.m., but allowing herself to go back to sleep at 3:30 a.m. To her surprise, she found that those 20 minutes gave her more energy for the entire day than an extra hour of sleep would have. She felt like she had found a secret weapon. The peace she touched in those early morning minutes sustained her through the chaos of her days. After a year of practice, Maria says her outer circumstances have not changed much. She still works 2 jobs, still struggles financially, but her inner experience has transformed completely. She no longer feels like a victim of her circumstances. She has found a source of strength and peace within herself that cannot be taken away by external conditions. Her children have noticed the change. They say Mommy is calmer, happier, more present with them, even though she has no more time than before. These stories illustrate an important principle that Buddha taught. Transformation is available to everyone regardless of circumstances. You do not need to be a monk with no responsibilities. You do not need to be wealthy with abundant free time. You do not need perfect conditions. You just need sincere intention, consistent effort, and faith in the practice. The 3 a.m. hour is available to everyone equally. The billionaire and the homeless person have the same access to this time. The CEO and the janitor can both wake at this hour. The healthy and the sick can both sit in meditation. This is the democracy of spiritual practice. External circumstances matter much less than you think. What matters is whether you show up, whether you do the work, whether you persist through obstacles. Buddha taught what is called the gradual training, a systematic path of development that anyone can follow. It begins with ethical conduct, not harming others through your actions, speech, or thoughts. It continues with sense restraint, not being enslaved by desires for pleasant experiences or aversion to unpleasant ones. It develops through moderation in eating, not indulging but not starving. It matures through wakefulness and clear comprehension, knowing what you are doing and why. And it culminates in meditation, the systematic training of mind through concentration and insight practices. The 3 a.m. practice touches all aspects of this gradual training. By making the commitment to wake early, you are practicing ethical conduct toward yourself, keeping promises, honoring commitments. by sitting with whatever arises without seeking comfort, you are practicing sense restraint. By maintaining a healthy routine of sleep and waking, you are practicing moderation. By being fully present in your practice, you are developing wakefulness and clear comprehension. And of course, you are directly engaging in meditation. What often surprises practitioners is how the 3 a.m. practice begins to naturally reshape the rest of their life without force or willpower. When you start your day with meditation, with touching something real and meaningful, it becomes much easier to make wise choices throughout the day. Unhealthy habits that you have struggled with for years begin to fall away naturally. Maybe you stop craving junk food because you are more attuned to how food affects your body and mind. Maybe you stop wasting hours on social media because you recognize it as empty compared to the depth you experience in meditation. Maybe you stop engaging in gossip and drama because you see how it creates suffering. These changes are not forced through discipline or willpower. They arise naturally from increased awareness, from seeing cause and effect more clearly, from valuing peace more than stimulation. Buddha taught about what he called skillful and unskillful actions. Skillful actions are those that lead to happiness, peace, and liberation. Unskillful actions are those that lead to suffering, agitation, and bondage. The key word here is lead to. He was not making moral judgments based on abstract principles. He was observing cause and effect. When you act with greed, hatred, or delusion, suffering follows as naturally as heat follows fire. When you act with generosity, loving kindness, and wisdom, happiness follows as naturally as coolness follows water. The 3 a.m. practice sharpens your ability to see these causal connections. You start to notice in real time, oh, when I speak harshly, I feel contracted and separate. When I speak kindly, I feel expansive and connected. Oh, when I act selfishly, there is a subtle sense of guilt and isolation. When I act generously, there is joy and connection. These observations are not based on what you have been taught is right or wrong. They are based on direct experience of cause and effect. This makes ethical conduct much more natural and sustainable, because it is not coming from external rules, but from internal wisdom. As we near the end of this second part, let us discuss what Buddha called the 5 spiritual faculties, qualities that must be developed and balanced for awakening to occur. These 5 are faith, energy, mindfulness, concentration, and wisdom. Faith here does not mean blind belief, but rather confidence based on evidence and experience. When you begin the 3 a.m. practice, you start with perhaps a small amount of faith that it might work. Maybe because you have read about it, or because someone you respect recommended it. As you practice and see results, that faith grows stronger and transforms into verified confidence. You know it works because you have experienced it directly. This faith provides the motivation to continue even when practice is difficult. Energy is the effort, diligence, and persistence required to maintain the practice. It must be balanced, not so strong that you burn out, not so weak that you slack off. The 3 a.m. practice itself develops energy by training you to make effort when it is hard, when every part of you wants to stay in bed, but you get up anyway. Mindfulness is the continuous awareness of what is happening in the present moment. The 3 a.m. practice is essentially a daily training in mindfulness, sitting for 30 minutes or an hour and practicing continuous present moment awareness. This capacity then begins to extend into the rest of your day. Concentration is the ability to focus the mind pointedly without distraction. Again, the 3 a.m. practice directly develops this through focus on breath, body, or other meditation objects. Wisdom is the deepest understanding of the nature of reality, seeing things as they truly are. This develops gradually through the combination of all other factors. As your faith, energy, mindfulness, and concentration grow stronger through daily 3 a.m. practice, wisdom naturally dawns. You begin to see impermanence, suffering, and non-self not as concepts, but as lived reality. You recognize patterns in your mind and behavior that you could not see before. You understand the causes of suffering and the path to liberation, not intellectually, but experientially. This wisdom then informs every choice you make, naturally guiding you toward actions that lead to peace and away from actions that lead to suffering. Buddha taught that these 5 faculties must be balanced. Too much faith without wisdom becomes blind belief. Too much wisdom without faith becomes sterile intellectualism. Too much energy without concentration becomes agitation. Too much concentration without energy becomes dullness. But mindfulness is useful in all situations and helps maintain balance. The 3 a.m. practice provides an ideal environment for developing and balancing these faculties because the early morning hour itself creates balance. You need faith to get out of bed when it is dark and cold. You need energy to sit upright and stay alert. You need mindfulness to remain present with your experience. You need concentration to focus your mind. And you need wisdom to understand what you are experiencing and how to work with it skillfully. Each morning session strengthens all 5 faculties in a balanced way. In this third part of our journey, we will explore the deeper mysteries of consciousness that the Buddha discovered through his 3 a.m. practice. The relationship between sleep and awakening, the profound connection between the individual mind and the cosmic mind, and how the 3 a.m. practice serves as a portal into dimensions of reality that are normally inaccessible. We will also examine the relationship between the 3 a.m. practice and lucid dreaming, the phenomenon of sleep yoga, and the advanced stages of meditation that become possible when you have established a solid foundation through consistent early morning practice. By the end of this section, you will understand not just the practical benefits of the 3 a.m. rule, but its ultimate purpose: complete liberation from suffering and the realization of your true nature. Let us begin by exploring what Buddha taught about the nature of consciousness itself. In the Buddhist understanding, consciousness is not a thing or a substance, but a process, a continuous flow of knowing. Just as a river is not a static entity, but a continuous flow of water, consciousness is a continuous flow of awareness. This flow has no beginning and no end. It did not start at your birth and will not end at your death. What we call birth is simply consciousness taking form in a new body. What we call death is simply consciousness releasing that form and moving on. This understanding fundamentally changes how you relate to life and death. Death is not annihilation, but transformation. Life is not a brief spark between two voids, but a momentary expression of something eternal. But Buddha went even deeper than this. He taught that what we think of as our individual consciousness is actually a localized expression of a universal consciousness. Imagine the ocean. From the ocean's surface, a wave rises. That wave has a distinct form, a specific shape and size. It seems separate from other waves, but if you dive beneath the surface, you see that there are no separate waves, just one ocean moving. The wave and the ocean are not two things. The wave is the ocean in a particular form. In the same way, your individual consciousness and the universal consciousness are not two things. Your awareness is universal awareness expressing itself through this particular body and mind. This is what Buddha meant by the teaching of anatta, non-self. There is no separate self, because there is only one consciousness appearing as many. Now here is where the 3 a.m. practice becomes profoundly important. During ordinary waking consciousness, you are so identified with the wave that you cannot perceive the ocean. You believe completely in your separate existence. Your attention is absorbed in thoughts, emotions, sensations, and perceptions that all reinforce the sense of being a separate self navigating a world of other separate selves. But during deep sleep, something different happens. The wave temporarily subsides back into the ocean. There are no thoughts to maintain the illusion of separation. There are no sensations of a separate body. There is just pure consciousness, awareness without content. Then in the morning, the wave rises again, and the sense of separate self returns. The 3 a.m. hour is the precise moment when you are emerging from that oceanic state, but have not yet fully formed back into the wave. You are in between, neither fully asleep nor fully awake. If you can bring awareness to this in-between state through meditation, you can directly perceive both the ocean and the wave, both the universal consciousness and the individual expression. You can see how they are not two. This direct perception is what Buddha called enlightenment, body awakening. It is not acquiring something new. It is recognizing what has always been true, but was obscured by identification with the separate self. The 3 a.m. practice is specifically designed to catch this moment of transition, this window of opportunity when the truth of your nature is most visible. Buddha described his enlightenment experience in great detail, and it is instructive for understanding what becomes possible through dedicated 3 a.m. practice. He said that on the night of his awakening, in the early morning hours, his meditation deepened through progressive stages. First, he gained access to all his past lives, seeing the entire chain of his existence stretching back through countless rebirths. This was not imagination or fantasy, but direct perception, like memories of this life, but extending infinitely backward. He saw how he had been born and died, over and over, in different forms, different circumstances, but always carried forward by karma, by the momentum of past actions. This vision revealed the truth of rebirth and karma, not as beliefs, but as directly observable phenomena. Then his vision expanded outward. He perceived not just his own past lives, but the past lives of all beings. He saw the entire cosmos as a vast web of interconnected lives, all beings rising and falling, being born and dying, moving through realms of existence based on their karma. He saw beings with good karma being reborn in pleasant realms, beings with bad karma being reborn in suffering realms, and the entire process continuing endlessly. This vision revealed the truth of dependent origination, that all phenomena arise in dependence on causes and conditions. Nothing exists independently or permanently. This is the fundamental insight into the nature of reality that distinguishes Buddhism from other spiritual traditions. Finally, in the deepest hours before dawn, his mind became so pure, so concentrated, so clear that he penetrated to the ultimate truth. He directly perceived the Four Noble Truths. Suffering exists. Suffering has a cause. Suffering can end. And there is a path to the end of suffering. But more than that, he perceived the complete cessation of all suffering, the state of nirvana. He saw that it is possible to step off the wheel of birth and death entirely, to realize a dimension of being that is unconditioned, not subject to arising and passing away, beyond all suffering, and in that moment he was free. The illusion of the separate self dissolved completely and permanently. What remained was pure awareness, boundless, timeless, peaceful beyond measure. Now you might be thinking, that is beautiful, but I am not Buddha. I cannot expect to achieve enlightenment just by waking up at 3 a.m. And you are right in the sense that full enlightenment requires more than just a practice schedule. It requires the perfect combination of preparation, intention, wisdom, and favorable conditions. Buddha himself had been preparing for 6 years before his breakthrough. But what you can expect, what thousands of practitioners throughout history have experienced, is incremental awakening, progressive insights, gradual liberation. Each time you practice at 3 a.m. with sincerity and dedication, you are moving in the direction Buddha pointed. You are weakening the structures that maintain the illusion of separation. You are creating the conditions for insight to arise. And even small insights, brief glimpses of your true nature, are transformative. Many practitioners report that after months or years of 3 a.m. practice, they have spontaneous experiences that confirm what Buddha taught. They might be sitting in meditation when suddenly the sense of being inside their head, looking out through their eyes, dissolves, and there is just seeing happening with no seer. They might be walking when suddenly the boundary between their body and the environment disappears, and there is just movement happening in space with no separate mover. They might be listening to someone speak when suddenly there is just hearing happening with no hearer and no separation between self and other. These experiences usually last only seconds or minutes before the habitual sense of self reasserts itself, but they leave an indelible mark. You can never again fully believe in the separate self once you have directly experienced its absence, even briefly. Let us explore the relationship between the 3 a.m. practice and dreams. Buddha taught that there are 3 states of consciousness that ordinary beings cycle through continuously: waking, dreaming, and deep sleep. In the waking state, consciousness is oriented outward through the 5 senses, perceiving the material world. In the dreaming state, consciousness is oriented inward, perceiving the subtle realm of thoughts, emotions, and mental images. In deep sleep, consciousness rests in itself without objects, in a state of pure awareness without content. Most people are completely unconscious in all 3 states. Even when they think they are awake, they are actually asleep, walking through life, lost in thought, running on autopilot, not truly aware. But through practice, it is possible to bring full awareness to all 3 states. The 3 a.m. practice is the key to developing this continuous awareness. When you wake at 3 a.m. and immediately meditate, you are training yourself to remain conscious through the transition from sleep to waking. This transition normally happens unconsciously. One moment you are asleep, the next moment you are awake, with no awareness of how you got from one state to the other. But if you set a strong intention before sleep to wake at 3 a.m., and then you wake, and immediately establish mindfulness, you can catch that transition. You can observe the process of consciousness shifting from the deep sleep state to the waking state. This observation is profoundly revealing because it shows you that you, awareness, are present in all three states. Sleep states come and go, but you, the awareness that knows these states, remain constant. Once you can observe the transition from deep sleep to waking, it becomes possible to bring awareness into dreams as well. This is called lucid dreaming. Being fully aware that you are dreaming while the dream is occurring. Lucid dreaming has become popular in Western psychology as a tool for creativity, problem solving, and even healing, but in Buddhist practice, it serves a deeper purpose. When you become lucid in a dream, you directly experience that your mind is creating the entire dream world. The people in your dreams, the landscapes, the events, all are projections of your own consciousness. There is no external dream world that you are perceiving. There is only your mind creating and perceiving simultaneously. Once you recognize this in dreams, you begin to suspect that the same might be true of waking life. Perhaps waking life is also a projection of consciousness, more stable and consistent than dreams, but not fundamentally different. Buddha taught exactly this. He said that all phenomena are mind-made. The world you perceive is not an objective reality existing independently of consciousness. It is consciousness itself appearing as form, sound, smell, taste, touch, and thought. This does not mean the world is imaginary or unreal. It means the world is consciousness manifesting in various patterns. When you see a tree, you are not seeing something separate from consciousness. You are seeing consciousness in the form of a tree. When you hear a sound, you are not hearing something separate from consciousness. You are hearing consciousness vibrating at a particular frequency. Everything is consciousness, and consciousness is all there is. This is the ultimate non-dual realization that all the great spiritual traditions point toward, though they use different language to describe it. The 3 a.m. practice accelerates progress toward this realization because it works with the natural cycles of consciousness. In deep sleep, consciousness returns to its source, the unmanifest, the void, what Buddhist texts call sunyata or emptiness. In the dream state, consciousness plays in the subtle realm, creating and dissolving forms rapidly. In the waking state, consciousness crystallizes into apparently solid forms that seem to exist independently. By practicing at the moment of transition between these states, you gain insight into all three. You see that they are not separate realms, but different frequencies of the same consciousness. Deep sleep is consciousness resting. Dreaming is consciousness creating. Waking is consciousness manifesting. And you, awareness itself, are present in and beyond all three. Advanced practitioners go even further. They learn to maintain awareness not just through waking and sleeping transitions, but continuously. 24 hours a day. This is called sleep yoga or dream yoga in the Tibetan Buddhist tradition. The practitioner trains themselves to never lose awareness, even in the deepest sleep. Their body rests, their mind rests, but a thread of awareness remains, observing the entire process. Imagine being fully conscious while your body sleeps, aware of lying in bed, aware of breathing, aware of the body regenerating, but with no thoughts, no dreams, no mental activity, just pure awareness resting in itself. This state is described as being more restful than ordinary sleep because there is no tension, no unconsciousness, no gap in awareness. You are simply present, witnessing the body's natural healing processes without interference. The masters who have achieved this continuous awareness report that it fundamentally changes their relationship to death. If you have maintained awareness through the transition from waking to sleeping thousands of times, if you have observed consciousness shifting between states without losing yourself, then the transition from life to death loses its terror. You recognize that death is just another transition, another shift in the pattern of consciousness. The body stops, but consciousness continues. Just as consciousness continues when the waking state stops and the dream state begins. You do not know exactly what form consciousness will take after death, but you know with absolute certainty that consciousness itself does not end. This experiential confidence in the continuity of awareness is what Buddha called one of the fruits of the path, the ending of all fear of death. But we should be clear that these advanced attainments are not the goal for most practitioners, at least not initially. The immediate benefits of the Theravada practice are much more accessible and practical. Reduced anxiety and stress, improved focus and productivity, better emotional regulation, enhanced creativity and problem-solving ability, deeper relationships, greater sense of meaning and purpose. These benefits alone are worth the effort required to maintain the practice. The advanced states, the continuous awareness, the direct perception of emptiness, the ending of all suffering, these emerge naturally over time for those who persist. They are not something you force or strain toward. They ripen like fruit when the tree has been properly tended. Let us discuss what Buddha taught about the relationship between ethics and meditation. In the West, these are often seen as separate domains. Ethics is about how you behave in the world. Meditation is about what you do sitting on a cushion. But Buddha taught that they are inseparable. Your ethical conduct directly affects the quality of your meditation, and the depth of your meditation naturally improves your ethical conduct. Think of ethics as the foundation of a building and meditation, as the structure built upon that foundation. If the foundation is weak or crooked, the structure will be unstable no matter how beautiful the architecture. Similarly, if your daily life is characterized by harmful actions, dishonest speech, and selfish intentions, your meditation will be troubled by guilt, agitation, and lack of clarity. But if your daily life is characterized by harmlessness, honesty, and kindness, your meditation will be naturally peaceful and clear. This is why Buddha taught the 5 precepts as the foundation of practice. The first precept is to refrain from killing, which means treating all life with respect and not causing unnecessary harm. The second precept is to refrain from stealing, which means respecting others' property and not taking what is not freely given. The third precept is to refrain from sexual misconduct, which means conducting your intimate relationships with honesty, respect, and care for everyone involved. The fourth precept is to refrain from false speech, which means telling the truth, speaking kindly, and not using speech to manipulate or harm. The fifth precept is to refrain from intoxicants that cloud the mind, which means being conscious and clear, headed rather than seeking escape through substances. When you follow these precepts, even imperfectly, you create conditions that support meditation. You sleep better at night because your conscience is clear. You feel less anxiety during the day because you are not worried about being caught in lies or facing consequences of harmful actions. Your relationships are more harmonious because you treat people with respect and honesty. Your mind is clearer because you are not clouding it with substances. All of this makes the 3 a.m. practice more effective. When you sit down to meditate, you are not wrestling with guilt about yesterday's actions or anxiety about covering up lies. Your mind settles more quickly. Your practice goes deeper. Then, as your practice deepens, you naturally become more ethical. You develop greater sensitivity to the effects of your actions. You feel more empathy and compassion for others. You value truth and integrity more highly. You see through the illusions that make harmful behavior seem attractive. The relationship between ethics and meditation is a positive feedback loop, each supporting and strengthening the other. The 3 a.m. practice is particularly powerful for purifying past ethical violations and strengthening future ethical conduct. When you sit in meditation at this sacred hour, you can do what is called purification practice. You bring to mind any actions from your past that you regret, any harm you have caused through ignorance, anger, or selfishness. You face these honestly, without justification or excuse. You acknowledge the suffering your actions caused. You feel genuine remorse. And then you make a sincere commitment to not repeat such actions in the future. This process done with sincerity at 3 a.m. when consciousness is most receptive, has enormous power to clear karmic obstacles. It is not that your past actions are magically erased. Their effects still exist in the causal chain, but your relationship to those actions transforms. Instead of carrying them as hidden guilt that undermines your practice, you acknowledge them fully, learn from them deeply, and move forward with renewed commitment to harmlessness. Buddha also taught about right livelihood as part of the Noble Eightfold Path. Right livelihood means earning your living in a way that does not cause harm, that does not involve killing, stealing, sexual exploitation, dishonesty, or intoxication. This might seem like a separate issue from meditation practice, but it is actually intimately connected. If you spend 40 to 60 hours per week engaged in work that harms others, that exploits people, animals, or the environment, that involves deception or manipulation, you are creating massive karmic consequences that will affect not just your external life, but your internal state. You will carry the stress, guilt, and moral compromise into your meditation practice. It will be nearly impossible to experience deep peace when your daily work involves creating suffering. Many practitioners find that, as their 3 a.m. practice deepens, they can no longer continue in their previous work. Not because someone tells them they should not, but because the contradiction becomes intolerable. You sit in meditation every morning touching peace, compassion, and truth. Then you go to work and engage in activities that violate those qualities. Eventually, something has to give. Either you abandon the practice to maintain psychological coherence with your work, or you change your work to align with what you have discovered in practice. This often involves difficult decisions, possibly accepting less money, lower status, or greater uncertainty. But practitioners consistently report that making these changes, aligning their livelihood with their values, brings enormous relief and allows their practice to go much deeper. Right livelihood does not mean you have to be a monk or meditation teacher. You can practice right livelihood as a farmer, a builder, a teacher, a nurse, an engineer, an artist, a programmer, or countless other professions. The key is that your work contributes to reducing suffering rather than increasing it. That it involves honesty rather than deception. That it treats people fairly rather than exploiting them. When your work aligns with these principles, it becomes not just a means to earn money, but a form of practice itself. You bring the same mindfulness and compassion you develop in your 3 a.m. meditation into your daily work. Your work becomes an expression of your spiritual values rather than a contradiction to them. Let us explore what Buddha taught about the relationship between the individual path and the collective awakening. In some spiritual traditions, liberation is seen as purely individual. You save yourself, and that is the end of it. But Buddha taught something more nuanced. He taught that all beings are interconnected, that there is no true separation between self and other, and therefore your awakening affects all beings. When you wake up at 3 a.m. and practice sincerely, you are not just helping yourself. You are raising the level of consciousness in the entire world. Think of consciousness as a field, like an electromagnetic field or a gravitational field. Every conscious being contributes to this field. When your consciousness is troubled, reactive, and identified with suffering, you add turbulence to the field. But when your consciousness becomes peaceful, clear, and awakened, you add clarity to the field. Others who are sensitive can feel this effect, even if they cannot articulate what they are sensing. This is why Buddha established the Sangha, the community of practitioners. He recognized that when people practice together, the effects multiply. One person meditating creates a certain field of peace. 10 people meditating in the same space creates a field that is much more than 10 times as strong. The fields interact, resonate, amplify each other. The same principle applies even when practitioners are not physically together. When thousands or millions of people around the world are waking at 3 a.m. to practice, they are collectively creating a powerful field of awakened consciousness that affects the entire planet. This might sound mystical or unscientific, but actually, there is research supporting it. Studies have shown that when a significant percentage of a population practices meditation, crime rates drop, hospital admissions decrease, and measures of social conflict decline. The effect is measurable and replicable. Consciousness is not confined to individual brains. It is a field that we all participate in and contribute to. This understanding can be tremendously motivating. When you are struggling to get out of bed at 3 a.m., when every fiber wants to hit snooze and go back to sleep, you can remember that your practice matters not just for you, but for all beings. You are not indulging in some selfish spiritual hobby. You are contributing to the awakening of consciousness on earth. You are part of a lineage stretching back 500 years to Buddha himself and forward into the future, for as long as beings seek liberation from suffering. You are joining with countless practitioners, past, present, and future, who have made and are making the same commitment to wake up, to practice, to liberate themselves and all beings. This sense of connection with something larger than yourself provides strength and courage to persist through difficulties. Buddha taught about what are called the 10 paramis, or perfections, qualities that must be fully developed to reach complete enlightenment. These are generosity, ethical conduct, renunciation, wisdom, energy, patience, truthfulness, determination, loving kindness, and equanimity. When you examine the lives of all the great spiritual masters, you find these qualities developed to an extraordinary degree. They give freely without expecting return. They act ethically even under extreme pressure. They renounce harmful pleasures without regret. They possess deep wisdom about the nature of reality. They maintain consistent effort over decades. They remain patient with themselves and others through all difficulties. They speak truth regardless of consequences. They persevere toward their goals despite all obstacles. They radiate loving kindness to all beings, and they maintain perfect equanimity in the face of praise and blame, gain and loss, pleasure and pain, fame and disrepute. The 3am practice is a training ground for all 10 paramis. Each morning you wake up, you practice renunciation, giving up the comfort and pleasure of sleep. You practice energy, making consistent effort despite difficulty. You practice patience, sitting with whatever arises without reaction. You practice determination, maintaining your commitment day after day. You practice truthfulness, facing reality as it is rather than as you wish it to be. You practice ethical conduct, keeping your commitment to yourself and the path. As your practice deepens and you begin to share what you have learned with others, you practice generosity, giving the gift of Dharma. You practice loving kindness and equanimity, responding to all beings with care and balance. And gradually, through all of this, wisdom develops, the direct seeing of how things truly are. The paramis are not developed through one dramatic heroic effort, but through thousands of small acts of integrity, repeated day after day, year after year. This is why consistency in the 3am practice is so important. Each morning you show up is one more repetition, one more opportunity to strengthen these qualities. Each morning you skip is a missed opportunity, and worse, it weakens your determination and makes it easier to skip the next time. This is not about guilt or self-punishment. It is simply recognizing cause and effect. Consistent practice leads to development of the paramis. Inconsistent practice does not. So if you truly want to transform, if you genuinely aspire to awakening, you make the practice non-negotiable. Rain or shine, tired or energized, motivated or unmotivated, you show up. This is what separates those who talk about spiritual practice from those who actually transform through it. Let us address the question of how long you need to maintain the 3am practice before achieving significant results. This varies tremendously based on many factors: your previous experience with meditation, the sincerity of your practice, how many other supportive factors are present in your life, and frankly, the mystery of individual karma and ripeness for awakening. Some people report dramatic shifts after just a few weeks. Others practice faithfully for years, before experiencing major breakthroughs. Buddha never promised instant results. He compared the path to climbing a mountain. You do not suddenly teleport to the summit. You take one step, then another step, then another step. Sometimes the terrain is easy and you cover ground quickly. Sometimes the terrain is difficult and progress is slow. Sometimes you reach what seems like a dead end and have to backtrack and find another route. But if you keep walking, keep climbing, keep moving in the right direction, eventually you reach the top. The tradition suggests that someone practicing sincerely and consistently might achieve stream entry, the first stage of enlightenment within 7 years. Stream entry means you have direct insight into the 3 characteristics: impermanence, suffering, and non-self. You have seen through the illusion of the separate self at least once. You have unshakable confidence in the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha based on your own experience. And you have purified your ethical conduct to the point where you could never intentionally break the 5 precepts. Once you reach stream entry, you are guaranteed to reach full enlightenment within 7 more lifetimes at most. Further progress happens faster. From stream entry to once returning, where you will be reborn only one more time, might take only a few more years, from once returning to non-returning, where you will not be reborn in the human realm again, but will complete your journey in higher realms, might take even less time, and from non-returning to full enlightenment, arahantship, might happen within that same lifetime if you dedicate yourself fully. But even if you never reach these formal stages of enlightenment, the 3 a.m. practice will transform your life in countless ways. You will be happier, more peaceful, more present, more compassionate, more wise than you would have been without the practice. You will handle difficulties with more grace. You will enjoy pleasures with more awareness and less grasping. You will relate to others with more authenticity and less manipulation. You will face death with more courage and less fear. These benefits are worth the effort, even if you never achieve anything resembling enlightenment in this lifetime. But who knows? Buddha taught that awakening can happen suddenly, unexpectedly, when all the causes and conditions align. Perhaps today's 3 a.m. session will be the one where everything clicks into place. Perhaps tomorrow's will be. Perhaps it will be next month, next year, or in 10 years. You cannot know in advance. All you can do is show up, practice sincerely, and trust the process. There is a famous story in the Buddhist tradition about a monk who asked his teacher, "How long will it take me to achieve enlightenment if I practice diligently?" The teacher replied, 10 years. The monk asked, "What if I practice twice as hard?" The teacher said, 20 years. The monk was confused. Why would practicing harder take longer? the teacher explained, because if you are constantly focused on the goal, constantly measuring your progress, constantly worried about how long it will take, you are not actually present with the practice. You are living in an imaginary future, and enlightenment is only found in the present moment. So the harder you strain toward it, the more you miss it, the monk understood. He stopped worrying about when he would achieve enlightenment and simply devoted himself to practice. Moment by moment, day by day, he achieved enlightenment in 5 years. The 3 a.m. practice teaches this lesson powerfully. You cannot achieve awakening through sheer force of will. You cannot make it happen by wanting it desperately. All you can do is create the conditions. Show up consistently, practice sincerely, be honest about what you experience, learn from your mistakes, and remain patient. The tree does not make itself grow. It simply receives sunlight, water, and nutrients from the soil, and growth happens naturally. In the same way, you do not make yourself awaken. You simply create the conditions through practice, and awakening happens naturally when the time is right. Your job is not to force the flower to bloom, but to water the seed faithfully and trust that bloom will come in its own time. As we reach the end of this 3rd part, I want to address those of you who might be feeling overwhelmed by all this information. You might be thinking, this sounds profound, but also incredibly difficult. How can I possibly maintain a 3 a.m. practice with my crazy schedule, my responsibilities, my limitations? Let me tell you the same thing Buddha would tell you. Start where you are. Use what you have. Do what you can. If you cannot wake at 3 a.m. every day, wake at 3 a.m. once a week. If you cannot meditate for an hour, meditate for 10 minutes. If you cannot follow all the precepts perfectly, follow them as well as you can. The path is not about perfection. It is about direction. Are you moving toward greater awareness or away from it? Are you cultivating wisdom and compassion or ignorance and selfishness? Are you taking responsibility for your mind or letting it run wild? These are the questions that matter. Buddha had a teaching called the gradual training, the step-by-step path that anyone can follow. You do not start by trying to achieve enlightenment. You start by cleaning up your life, acting ethically, speaking truthfully, treating others with kindness. This creates a foundation. Then, you establish a basic meditation practice, maybe just 5 or 10 minutes a day of watching your breath. This begins to stabilize your mind. Then you gradually extend your practice, sitting longer, sitting more consistently, bringing more depth and sincerity to your effort. Then you start to have insights, glimpses of truth that motivate you to go deeper. Then you make more significant changes in your life, adjusting your livelihood, your relationships, your priorities to align with what you are learning. And gradually, over months and years, transformation happens. You look back and hardly recognize the person you were when you started. That is the gradual training, not a dramatic overnight conversion, but a patient, persistent evolution. The 3 a.m. practice fits perfectly into this gradual training. When you are just beginning, you might not be ready for 3 a.m. You might need to start with a more reasonable time, 6 a.m. or 7 a.m. Just establishing the habit of morning meditation. Then, as that stabilizes, you might move to 5 a.m. or 5:30 a.m. Getting a taste of that early morning clarity. Then when you are ready, when you have built up momentum and confidence, you take the plunge into 3 a.m. But even then, you might start with just 2 or 3 days per week, not 7. You meet yourself where you are, not where you think you should be. This is not settling or making excuses. This is wisdom, understanding your actual capacity and working skillfully with it. Buddha told his monks, "Be a lamp unto yourselves. No one can walk the path for you. No teacher, no guru, no text. No technique can give you awakening. They can only point the way. You must walk it yourself." The 3 a.m. practice is not magic. It is not going to enlighten you automatically just because you wake up early. It is a tool, a powerful tool, but still just a tool. What matters is what you do with it. The sincerity you bring, the honesty you maintain, the persistence you demonstrate, the wisdom you apply. 2 people can both wake at 3 a.m. to meditate. One might approach it mechanically, going through the motions but not really engaging, checking the box so they can tell themselves they are spiritual. The other might bring total presence, genuine curiosity, and deep sincerity to each moment of practice. Which one do you think will transform? The practice itself is not enough. The quality of your engagement with the practice is what matters. In this final part of our journey into the 3 a.m. rule, we will explore how this ancient practice transforms not just your inner world, but your outer world as well. How awakening manifests in service to others, and how the insights gained through practice become wisdom in action. We will examine the relationship between personal liberation and collective transformation, the bodhisattva ideal of awakening for the benefit of all beings, and how the 3 a.m. practice prepares you to be a force for good in a world that desperately needs awakened consciousness. We will explore what happens after awakening, how enlightened beings live in the world, and how you can begin right now, today, to align your life with the deepest truth you have discovered. By the end of this final section, you will have a complete understanding of why Buddha woke at 3 a.m. and how you can follow in his footsteps toward complete liberation. Let us begin with the question that naturally arises when you have been practicing for some time and have begun to experience real transformation. what is the point of all this? Why spend thousands of hours sitting in meditation? Why wake at 3 a.m. day after day, year after year? Why dedicate your life to awakening? Is this not just sophisticated self-improvement? Spiritual materialism, using ancient practices to make yourself feel better. This question is important because if the only purpose of practice is personal peace and happiness, then the Buddhist path would be fundamentally selfish, a way of escaping from the suffering of the world rather than addressing it. But Buddha taught something far more radical. He taught that personal liberation and collective liberation are inseparable, that your awakening ripples outward, affecting all beings, and that the ultimate purpose of practice is not to escape the world, but to transform it through the power of awakened consciousness. Buddha's own life exemplifies this principle perfectly. After his enlightenment under the Bodhi tree, he could have remained in the blissful state of nirvana, withdrawn from the world, untouched by its suffering. But instead, he spent the next 45 years traveling throughout India, teaching anyone who would listen, establishing communities of practitioners, and dedicating every moment to reducing suffering in the world. Why? Because true awakening naturally expresses itself as compassion. When you see clearly that there is no separate self, that all beings are expressions of the same universal consciousness, then the suffering of others is experienced as your own suffering, not in a way that overwhelms you, but in a way that naturally motivates compassionate action. You help others not out of obligation or moral duty, but because there is no meaningful distinction between self and other. Helping others is helping yourself. Awakening others is completing your own awakening. This is the Bodhisattva ideal that became central to Mahayana Buddhism. A Bodhisattva is someone who has achieved enlightenment or is on the verge of it, but vows to remain in the world until all beings are liberated. Rather than entering final nirvana and escaping the cycle of birth and death, the Bodhisattva voluntarily returns lifetime after lifetime to guide others toward awakening. This might sound like a sacrifice, like giving up your own liberation for others, but actually, it is the highest expression of liberation. When you truly see that all beings are one, that separation is an illusion, then the liberation of all beings is your liberation. There is no conflict between personal and collective awakening. They are two aspects of the same realization. The 3 a.m. practice prepares you for this bodhisattva path. In the early stages of practice, your motivation might be primarily personal. You are suffering and you want to suffer less. You are anxious, depressed, confused, or simply dissatisfied with life, and you turn to meditation hoping to find relief. This is completely legitimate and appropriate. Buddha himself was motivated initially by his own existential crisis. The realization that everyone he loved would age, get sick, and die, and that he himself would face the same fate. He wanted to find a solution to this fundamental problem of existence. But as practice deepens, as you begin to taste the peace and freedom that come from letting go of the separate self, your motivation naturally shifts. You realize that what you have found is so valuable that it must be shared. You see that everyone around you is suffering in the same ways you were suffering, caught in the same delusions, trapped by the same patterns. And because you have found a way out, you naturally want to show others the way. This shift from personal to universal motivation is one of the signs of real spiritual maturity. In the beginning, you practice to make yourself happy. In the middle, you practice because the practice itself has become joyful and meaningful. In the end, you practice as an offering to all beings, as your contribution to the awakening of consciousness on earth. The 3 a.m. hour becomes not just time for your own meditation, but sacred time when you are holding space for the transformation of all beings. When you sit in silence and stillness at 3 a.m., you are not just calming your own mind. You are contributing to the collective field of consciousness. You are demonstrating that it is possible to be awake in a sleeping world. You are being a light in the darkness, not through any special powers or abilities, but simply through the act of showing up, being present, and practicing with sincerity and dedication. Buddha taught that there are 2 kinds of benefit that come from practice: benefit for yourself and benefit for others. The benefit for yourself is obvious. You become happier, more peaceful, more free. But the benefit for others is equally important and perhaps even more significant in the long run. When you transform yourself, you change how you interact with everyone you meet. You are more patient, more kind, more understanding, more helpful. You create less suffering through your words and actions. You inspire others through your example. People sense that something is different about you, that you have touched something real, and they become curious. They ask questions. They want to know what you are doing. And through these interactions, the Dharma spreads naturally, not through proselytizing or convincing, but through the magnetic power of genuine transformation. This is why Buddha emphasized the importance of Sangha, spiritual community. When awakened beings gather together, their combined presence creates a field that supports the awakening of others. When you practice alone, you generate a certain amount of awakened energy. When you practice with others who are equally committed, that energy multiplies exponentially. This is one reason why meditation retreats, where people gather for days or weeks of intensive practice, can be so powerful. The collective intention, the shared silence, the mutual support. All of these create conditions where awakening becomes much more accessible than it would be practicing alone. Even if you maintain the 3 a.m. practice as a solitary discipline, finding ways to connect with other practitioners, whether through occasional retreats, online communities, or local meditation groups, strengthens your practice and extends its benefits. Let us explore what Buddha taught about the parameters, the perfections that characterize fully awakened beings. We touched on these earlier, but they deserve deeper examination because they show us what awakening looks like in action. The first perfection is dana, generosity, the natural overflowing of abundance that occurs when you are no longer clinging to anything. An awakened being gives freely, not just material things, but also time, attention, knowledge, and love. There is no sense of loss or sacrifice in this giving, because there is no separate self that could be diminished by giving. The second perfection is sila, ethical conduct, acting in ways that reduce suffering rather than increase it. This is not following rules out of fear or obligation, but natural right action that flows from clear seeing. The third perfection is nekkhamma, renunciation, the letting go of harmful pleasures and compulsive desires. This is not about denying yourself or living in deprivation, but about seeing clearly that most of what you crave actually creates suffering, and having the wisdom to choose peace over pleasure when the two conflict. The fourth perfection is panna, wisdom, the direct seeing of reality as it is, understanding impermanence, suffering, and non-self not as concepts but as lived truth. The fifth perfection is viriya, energy or effort, the consistent application of will toward awakening, showing up day after day regardless of how you feel or what obstacles arise. This is the quality you develop through the 3 a.m. practice more than any other. The capacity to make effort even when everything in you resists. The sixth perfection is khanti, patience, the ability to endure difficulties without losing equanimity, to work with reality as it is rather than demanding it be different. The seventh perfection is sakha, truthfulness, complete honesty in speech and action, never deceiving others or yourself. The eighth perfection is aditthina, determination, unwavering commitment to the path regardless of how long it takes or how difficult it becomes. The ninth perfection is metta, loving kindness, the boundless love that extends to all beings without exception, friend and enemy, human and animal, deserving and undeserving. The 10th perfection is upekkha, equanimity, remaining balanced and centered regardless of circumstances, not being thrown off course by praise or blame, success or failure, pleasure or pain. These 10 perfections are not separate qualities that you develop one at a time. They are interconnected aspects of the awakened mind that develop together through consistent practice. The 3 a.m. practice cultivates all of them simultaneously. Each morning you show up. You practice generosity by giving this time to your awakening rather than to sleep or entertainment. You practice ethical conduct by keeping your commitment to yourself. You practice renunciation by choosing discipline over comfort. You practice wisdom by observing reality directly. You practice energy by making the effort to wake and practice. You practice patience by sitting with whatever arises. You practice truthfulness by being honest about your experience. You practice determination by maintaining consistency. You practice loving kindness by dedicating your practice to all beings. You practice equanimity by remaining balanced through pleasant and unpleasant experiences. Over months and years, these qualities become increasingly stable. They are no longer things you do, but things you are. You do not have to remember to be generous, you just are. You do not have to try to be patient. Patience is your natural state. You do not have to force yourself to be honest. Dishonesty becomes literally unthinkable. This is what it means to be established in the perfections, to have them so deeply integrated into your being that they operate automatically, effortlessly, continuously. This is the fruit of the path. Not just peak experiences or altered states, but a fundamentally transformed character, a purified heart, a liberated mind expressing itself naturally through wise and compassionate action in the world. Now let us address what happens after awakening, after you have achieved stream entry or one of the higher stages of enlightenment. Does life continue? Do you still have problems? Do you still experience pain? The answer is yes to all of these questions. Awakening does not make you superhuman or remove you from the human condition. Your body still ages, gets sick, and will eventually die. You still face practical challenges, financial concerns, relationship difficulties, all the ordinary problems of human life. What changes is your relationship to these experiences. Pain is still experienced, but suffering, which is the mind's resistance to pain, ceases. Challenges still arise, but anxiety about them disappears. Loss still occurs, but grief flows naturally without becoming stuck or traumatic. Buddha himself exemplified this in his final years. In his 80s, his body began to fail. He experienced back pain, digestive problems, and eventually the illness that led to his death. He made no attempt to deny or transcend these physical realities. He acknowledged the matter of factly. This body is old and worn out, like an old cart held together with straps. But there was no complaint, no self-pity, no resistance. He continued teaching right up until his final moments, concerned primarily with ensuring his disciples understood the Dharma clearly and could continue practicing after his death. His death itself was described as peaceful and conscious, fully aware of what was happening, accepting it completely. Passing from life to death with the same equanimity he had maintained throughout his awakened life. This is what true freedom looks like, not escape from the human condition, but complete acceptance of it. Not invulnerability to pain, but the wisdom to meet pain without creating additional suffering. Awakened beings still have preferences. They prefer comfort to discomfort, health to sickness, life to death. But they are not attached to these preferences. They hold them lightly, doing what they can to care for themselves and others, but accepting gracefully when circumstances do not align with preferences. This is sometimes called the difference between pain and suffering. Pain is inevitable. It is part of having a body and a nervous system. Suffering is optional. It is what the mind adds through resistance, complaint, and demand that reality be different than it is. The 3 a.m. practice trains you in exactly this quality of acceptance. Every morning, when the alarm goes off at 3 a.m., your body has a preference. It wants to stay asleep. But you observe this preference without being enslaved by it. You acknowledge it, perhaps even smile at it, then you get up anyway. This small daily act of working with preferences, rather than being controlled by them, gradually transforms your entire relationship to desire and aversion. You learn that you can feel a strong pull towards something, or a strong push away from something, without having to follow that impulse. You can hold the impulse in awareness, understand where it comes from, see what it is trying to accomplish, and then choose consciously whether to act on it or not. This is freedom, not the absence of desires and aversions, but the ability to observe them without being compelled by them. Let us talk about how awakened consciousness expresses itself in different personalities and life situations. There is a misconception that enlightenment produces a standard personality type, serene, quiet, withdrawn, always calm and peaceful. But this is not what we see when we look at the actual lives of awakened beings throughout history. Some were quiet and contemplative, spending most of their time in meditation and solitude. Others were dynamic teachers, constantly traveling, giving talks, writing books, engaging vigorously with the world. Some were poets and artists, expressing their realization through creative works. Others were social activists, fighting injustice and working to reduce suffering on a systemic level. The content of awakening is the same. The direct realization of impermanence, suffering, and non-self, the freedom from clinging, the end of the sense of separate self. But the expression of that awakening varies tremendously based on personality, culture, life circumstances, and the particular needs of the time and place. This means you do not have to become someone you are not in order to awaken. If you are naturally introverted, contemplative, and quiet, your awakening will express itself through those qualities. Perhaps through deep meditation, perhaps through teaching in intimate one-on-one settings, perhaps through writing or creating sacred art. If you are naturally extroverted, energetic, and engaged, your awakening will express itself through those qualities, perhaps through dynamic teaching, perhaps through building communities, perhaps through social activism or service work. The 3 a.m. practice does not erase your personality or turn you into a clone of Buddha. It purifies your personality, removing the neurotic elements while preserving and enhancing the healthy, unique qualities that make you who you are. Buddha taught about what he called skillful means, the principle that different people need different teachings and practices depending on their temperament, circumstances, and level of development. He did not teach the same thing to everyone. He carefully observed each person, understood their particular situation, and offered guidance specifically tailored to what they needed in that moment. To someone attached to sensory pleasures, he taught about impermanence and the unsatisfactory nature of pleasure. To someone caught in harsh self-judgment, he taught about loving kindness and self-compassion. To someone lost in intellectual speculation, he taught direct observation of experience. To someone ready for advanced teachings, he revealed the most subtle and profound truths. This principle of skillful means applies not just to how teachers teach, but to how you practice and eventually how you serve others. As your 3 a.m. practice matures and you begin to integrate awakening into daily life, you will develop your own skillful means. You will learn what works for you specifically, what practices are most effective, what obstacles you tend to face, and how to work with them, what your particular strengths and challenges are on the path. This self-knowledge is invaluable. You will also begin to develop sensitivity to others, seeing clearly where they are on the path, what they need, how you might be able to help. Not everyone needs to wake at 3 a.m. Not everyone responds to the same practices or teachings. Part of your service as you awaken is to help others find their own path, their own practice, their own way of working with their particular mind and life situation. You do not impose your way on others. You offer what you have learned while respecting that each person's journey is unique. Let us explore the relationship between individual practice and social action. There is a tension that many practitioners feel between the pull toward inner development, spending time in meditation and contemplation, and the pull toward outer engagement, working to reduce suffering in the world through social, political, or environmental action. Some people resolve this tension by choosing one or the other, becoming either full-time practitioners who withdraw from worldly concerns, or full-time activists who have no time for meditation. But Buddha taught a middle way that honors both dimensions. He established monastic communities where people could dedicate themselves fully to practice. And he also taught lay disciples who remained engaged in worldly life, raising families, running businesses, participating in their communities while maintaining regular practice. The key insight is that inner and outer work are not separate. The most effective social action comes from people who have done deep inner work, who act from clarity and compassion rather than from anger and reactivity, who can sustain their efforts over decades without burning out because they have access to inner peace that does not depend on external outcomes. Conversely, inner work that never manifests in compassionate action in the world remains incomplete. You can achieve very high states of consciousness, very refined meditation experiences, but if these do not translate into greater kindness, greater service, greater contribution to reducing suffering in the world, something is missing. Buddha taught that wisdom and compassion are two wings of awakening. You need both to fly. Wisdom without compassion becomes cold and abstract. Compassion without wisdom becomes sentimental and ineffective. The 3 a.m. practice supports both dimensions. The inner development that occurs during meditation naturally overflows into outer action. As you become more peaceful, you create less conflict in your relationships and communities. As you become more clear, you make better decisions that benefit yourself and others. As you become more compassionate, you naturally seek ways to reduce suffering wherever you encounter it. You do not have to force yourself to be a good person or to help others. It happens naturally as a consequence of seeing clearly. At the same time, your engagement with the world, with all its challenges and complexity, deepens your practice. You discover where you are still attached, where you still react, where you still suffer. These discoveries motivate you to practice more deeply, to investigate more thoroughly, to let go more completely. The inner and outer paths support and reinforce each other in a continuous feedback loop. Now let me address those of you who have been reading this entire script and feel overwhelmed. You might be thinking, this all sounds profound and beautiful, but I am just an ordinary person with an ordinary life. I have a job, bills to pay, family responsibilities. I am not a monk. I am not special. Can I really do this? Can I really wake at 3 a.m. every day and follow this path to awakening? Let me answer with complete honesty. Yes, you can, but also you do not have to. The 3 a.m. practice is one door to awakening, a particularly powerful door that Buddha himself used, but it is not the only door. What matters is not the specific time you practice, but the sincerity, consistency, and wisdom you bring to whatever practice you do. If you can wake at 3 a.m., wonderful, use that power. If you cannot, then find whatever time works for your life and commit to it fully. Buddha's final words to his disciples were, "Work out your own salvation with diligence." He did not say, "Follow my exact routine." He did not say, "Do exactly what I did." He said, "Find your own way. Use your own intelligence. Investigate for yourself. And above all, be diligent." Diligence means showing up consistently, making steady effort, not giving up when things get difficult. Whether you practice at 3 a.m. or 6 a.m. or 9 p.m., whether you sit for 10 minutes or 2 hours, whether you live as a monk or as a householder with a family, what matters is that you practice, that you show up, that you do the work. The path is available to everyone. The door is open. You just have to walk through it. Let me also address those of you who have already been practicing the 3 a.m. rule for some time and are wondering what comes next. You have established the habit. You have experienced some benefits. Maybe you have even had some profound insights or breakthrough experiences. But you might be feeling like you have plateaued, like progress has stalled, like you are going through the motions without the same freshness and discovery that characterized your early practice. This is completely normal. Everyone who practices long enough encounters this phase. It is sometimes called the dark night of the soul in mystical traditions, or the dukkha nanas, the stages of suffering in Buddhist meditation maps. It is the period where the initial enthusiasm has worn off. The obvious gross defilements have been dealt with, and what remains are very subtle patterns that are much harder to see and release. The way through this phase is not to try harder or to change your practice dramatically. It is to deepen your acceptance and patience. You continue showing up at 3 a.m. You continue sitting. You continue observing, but you let go of all expectation of progress, all measurement against where you think you should be, all impatience with where you are. You practice for its own sake, because practice itself is the expression of awakened consciousness, not because you are trying to get somewhere or achieve something. This sounds paradoxical. How can you practice toward awakening while simultaneously letting go of the goal of awakening? But this is precisely the paradox you must embody in the later stages of the path. You work diligently while recognizing there is nowhere to go. You make effort while surrendering the fruits of that effort. You practice with total commitment while holding everything lightly. When you can sustain this paradox, when you can be completely devoted to the path while simultaneously letting go of all attachment to results, something remarkable happens. The very subtle patterns that have been resisting transformation suddenly release. Insights arise that would not have been accessible through striving. Progress happens not because you made it happen, but because you finally stopped blocking it with your agenda. This is the final teaching of the 3 a.m. practice, that awakening is already present, already here, already what you are, and all practice is simply removing the obstacles to recognizing what has always been true. The 3 a.m. hour, with its silence and solitude and sacred quality, creates optimal conditions for this recognition. But the recognition itself is not created by practice. It is revealed through practice. There is a difference, and understanding that difference is essential to completing the journey. Let us return to where we began. To Buddha sitting under the Bodhi tree in the early morning hours, touching the earth, calling upon all his lifetimes of preparation to bear witness to this moment. What was he doing in that gesture? He was acknowledging that awakening is not a solo achievement, that no one awakens alone, that every moment of practice rests on the foundation of countless beings who came before, who discovered and preserved and transmitted the teachings that make awakening possible. He was expressing gratitude to his teachers, to his parents, to every being who had ever shown him kindness or taught him something valuable. He was recognizing his connection to the earth itself, to the natural world that had sustained his body and provided him with the conditions necessary for practice. And he was demonstrating that true confidence comes not from arrogance, but from humility, from recognizing that you are part of something much larger than yourself. When you practice the 3 a.m. rule, you are touching the same earth Buddha touched. You are sitting in the same silence he sat in. You are observing the same mind he observed. You are discovering the same truths he discovered. 500 years separate you from him in time, but in the dimension of consciousness, in the eternal present moment where all practice occurs, you are sitting together. Every awakened being who has ever lived, every practitioner who has ever sat in meditation, every seeker who has ever turned their attention inward seeking truth, all are present with you in the timeless space of awareness. You are not alone. You have never been alone. You are part of a lineage, a river of awakening that flows from the ancient past into the present and will continue flowing into the future for as long as beings suffer and seek liberation from suffering. This recognition of connection, of being part of something larger than yourself, is itself a form of awakening. The sense of isolation, of being a separate self struggling alone in a hostile world, is one of the fundamental delusions that Buddhism addresses. When you sit at 3 a.m. in meditation, you are not just an individual doing a personal practice. You are participating in the collective awakening of consciousness. You are holding space for transformation, not just for yourself, but for all beings. your practice ripples outward in ways you cannot see or measure, affecting the entire field of consciousness. Every moment of clarity you achieve, every release of suffering you accomplish, every insight you realize, contributes to the evolution of consciousness on this planet. This is not grandiose thinking. This is simple recognition of interconnection, of the fact that nothing exists in isolation, that every action has consequences that extend far beyond the immediate visible effects. So when you wake at 3 a.m. tomorrow, or today, or whenever you next practice, remember why you are doing this. You are not just trying to feel better or achieve some personal goal. You are participating in the great work of awakening, the transformation of consciousness from ignorance to wisdom, from suffering to liberation, from separation to unity. You are following in the footsteps of Buddha and countless others who have walked this path. You are pioneering new territory as well, because your particular configuration of personality, circumstance, and challenge is unique. And how you navigate the path in your specific situation contributes something new to the collective wisdom. You are both inheritor and creator, both student and teacher, both follower and pioneer. The 3 a.m. rule is not ultimately about the time. It is about the commitment. It is about deciding that awakening matters more than comfort, that truth matters more than convenience, that the liberation of all beings matters more than your personal preferences. When you make that decision and back it up with consistent action, when you show up day after day regardless of how you feel or what obstacles arise, you set in motion forces that will carry you all the way to complete awakening. The path will unfold. Teachers will appear when you need them. Teachings will reach you at exactly the right moment. Communities will form around you. Opportunities for service will present themselves. All of this happens not through your manipulation or planning, but through the natural functioning of a mind and life aligned with Dharma, with truth, with the way things actually are. As we come to the end of this exploration, I want to leave you with one final teaching, perhaps the most important teaching of all. You are already awake. Right now, in this very moment, awareness is present. Not awareness of something, but awareness itself. The knowing quality that is reading these words, that has been present throughout this entire journey. That was present before you were born and will be present after you die. This awareness is your true nature. It is what Buddha awakened to. It is what all practice points toward, and it is already here, already present, already what you are. The 3 a.m. practice does not create this awareness. It simply removes the clouds that obscure it. Every session is not building towards something in the future. Every session is a return to what is always already present. The future awakening you imagine is a distraction. Awakening is now, this moment, this breath, this awareness that knows this moment and this breath. Can you feel it? Can you sense the awareness that is reading these words? Not the thoughts about the words, not the judgments or reactions, but the pure knowing, the simple presence that is aware that experience is happening. That is it. That is what you are seeking. That is what you have always been seeking, and it has never been absent. Not for a single moment of your entire life. You have simply been looking past it, looking for something more, something special, something in the future, something that requires achievement. But Buddha's great discovery was that what we seek is what is seeking. The awareness looking for awakening is awakening looking for itself. When this is recognized, when you stop looking and simply rest as the awareness you already are, the search ends. Not because you have arrived somewhere, but because you realize you never left. This is why Buddha could say that he gained nothing from enlightenment. He did not acquire something new. He simply stopped losing what he always had. He stopped overlooking his true nature in favor of chasing experiences, states, and attainments. The 3 a.m. practice brings you to this recognition gradually, progressively, through the systematic removal of obstacles and the development of clarity. But the recognition itself, when it finally comes, is not gradual. It is immediate, obvious, self-evident. You see what was always in plain sight, but had been overlooked. And once seen, it cannot be unseen. You may forget temporarily. You may get caught back up in the dramas and distractions of life, but you can never fully believe in them again. The seed of liberation has been planted and will inevitably grow to fruition. So begin, or if you have already begun, continue. Wake at 3 a.m. Sit in silence. Observe your breath, your body, your mind. Allow thoughts to arise and pass. Allow sensations to come and go. Allow emotions to flow without resistance. And in the midst of all this changing experience, notice what does not change. The awareness that witnesses everything, the space in which all experience occurs, the silence beneath all sound, the stillness beneath all movement, the peace beneath all agitation. This is your true home. This is what Buddha found under the Bodhi tree. This is what awaits you at the end of the path. But it is also what is here at the beginning, in the middle, and at every point along the way. The path is not a journey from here to there. It is a deepening recognition of what is already here, already now, already you. May your practice be fruitful. May your dedication be rewarded. May you awaken fully for the benefit of all beings. May the light you discover within yourself illuminate the world. May all beings be free from suffering. May all beings know peace. May all beings awaken to their true nature. And may the 3 a.m. hour continue to serve as a beacon, a reminder, a doorway for all those who hear the call to wake up, to come home, to realize what they have always been seeking is what they have always been. This is the promise of Buddha. This is the power of the 3 a.m. rule. This is your birthright and your destiny. The only question is whether you will claim it, whether you will do the work, whether you will walk the path. The door is open, the way is clear, the time is now. Wake up.